Okay, and we are live here on YouTube for the Ambetter Health 400 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Hopefully you guys are excited. If you guys are, of course, hit the like button and subscribe, but we are here and ready. Big update this morning before the race. Joey Logano's gloves have failed the tech inspection or whatever that they did before the race. I had not heard of gloves being a part of that criteria, but yes, his gloves failed. Thus, he will drop to the rear of the field and serve a pass-through penalty on lap 1. If he doesn't get a very early caution, he is done, I think, for this race. It is going to be near impossible to overcome that kind of deficit this early on. So, here we go. Let's see if I can find Fox. I'm only seeing FS1 on here. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to find the channel. This should not be this hard. Oh, I'm in the wrong app. Duh. That's why. Alright, but we are here and we are ready. Hopefully you guys are excited. If you guys are, of course, hit the like button and subscribe. We got, what, 2 people already hanging out in chat? Alright, thank you guys. Here we go. Alright, there we go. So getting ready for the engines to be fired. Yep, there we go. Most famous words in motorsport. Let's go. But yeah, we are all set up and ready for this one. So they're going to be rolling. So because of Logano having to drop to the rear, that has allowed Michael McDowell to choose who he would like to have alongside him. He can either have kylebusch if he takes the top line, or he can start on the bottom of the racetrack and allow his teammate Todd Gilliland to take the Front Row Motorsports 1-2 lockout, and I believe that is the choice he's made. I think I saw the team confirm that on social media. So you will see the 38, I believe, in the top line move forward 1 row. So you will see Todd Gilliland and Michael McDowell on the front row for Atlanta. The 2 Front Row Motorsports cars have swept the front row. And that will be probably the center of almost every joke today. So brace yourselves. But here we go. We are here and we're ready. Hopefully you guys are excited. Go ahead and share who you guys think is going to win the race in the chat real quick, so we can go ahead and see. And maybe some of your picks will end up as some of our first round or our stage 1 prediction guesses. But here we go. We are all set and ready. We got 4 people hanging out in chat. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Alright, here we go. Just sharing the stream a little bit, and we are going to be ready to go. So we got 5 people hanging out in chat. Again, thank you guys for everybody that's tuned in already for the stream. Again, if you guys are just joining us, breaking news that Joey Logano is going to be going to the rear of the field for the start of the race. He will have to start from the rear due to a inspection failure on the gloves that he was wearing for qualifying. And no, that is not a joke, as much as I wish it was. That is not a joke, so yeah, he will have to do a pass-through penalty to start the race. In addition to, he's going to have to do that pass-through from starting in the last position, so he's going to be 40th, run half a lap, and then he's going to have to pit, which includes a longer pit road than we've previously seen in Atlanta. Right before the July race, they adjusted the rules for the pit road to include a very long back straightaway. So, hopefully you guys, if you guys are just hearing that for the first time, yeah, we've never heard that before, but yeah. Alright, so again, we're settling in though, but I am excited to see McDowell and Todd Gilliland lead this field to green. There we go, got that done. Alright, we are ready. If you guys haven't gone and set your NASCAR fantasy lineup, you have very little time to do so, if any, left. So, figure this will be your last quick notification to go ahead and do so. But, yep, so they're talking about the penalty right now. Todd Gilliland, again, I'm assuming that Mike McDowell will choose the inside line so that Todd Gilliland will move up to the front row alongside him. Kyle Busch starts on the inside of row number 2. So that means that Ryan Blaney will move up to the outside of row 2. So basically, if your favorite driver qualified in an even number spot, so say Ryan Blaney in 6th, Austin Cindric in 8th, Austin Dillon in 10th, they are all moving one line further forward rather than shuffling everybody up in terms of inside and outside line starting positions. So there we go. Alright, so they're talking with Kyle Busch real quick. Okay, I do not like that body armor car for the 12. I don't care if it's a popular scheme, which I don't see any reason why it would be, but I do not like that scheme. Alright, here we go. Now they're talking on pit road here in William Byron's pit box. But yeah, we're getting ready for this race, so hopefully you guys are excited. If you guys are, again, hit the like button. We're starting to get quite a few people rolling in here. Alright, there we go. almost done going through the full grid. I guess real quick we can go through the grid as well. Say in case anybody wasn't watching qualifying, because I know I didn't stream it, but I'm hoping that a lot of you guys watched qualifying yesterday as well. But we saw some surprises, including Michael McDowell on his first pole position of his career. Joey Logano going to the rear of the field was supposed to start second. Kylebusch third. Todd Gilliland qualified fourth. Then you've got Larson fifth. Blaney sixth. Seventh was Chris Buescher. Eighth, Austin Cindric. Ninth, Briscoe. 10th is Austin Dillon. Then you got William Byron, Martin Truex Jr. rounding out row number 6. Row 7 is Denny Hamlin and Josh Berry. Then you've got Noah Gragson and Harrison Burton rounding out row number 8. Row 9 is Bowman and Bubba. And rounding out the front half of your field is Reddick and Ryan Preece in the 19th and 20th positions, respectively. Chastain and Chastain and Bell coming home 21st and 22nd. Suarez and Keselowski, row number 12 there. Row 13 was Ty Gibbs and Daniel Hemrick. Stenhouse and Elliott make up row 14. Zane Smith and Josh Williams make up row number 15. Row 16 is Haley and LaJoy. Kaz Grala and John Hunter Nemechek make up row number 17. Row 18 will be Carson Hocevar and BJ McLeod, and row 19 will be Eric Jones, and eventually it'll be Joey Logano as he drops back, but you didn't qualify back there, so we're not going to say he's back there, even though we are about to see him drop to the back. So that is a quick rundown through the starting grid that we are going to see roll to the green here in a few minutes. So here we go. They got a camera on Bell's spoiler. Okay, hopefully he doesn't end up upside down here. I know that the 20 cars had a history of ending up upside down at mile and a half in the past. In particular, I think it was Kansas. I think Eric Jones ended up upside down back when he drove the 20. Or was that back when he drove the 77, actually, now that I think about it. But, yeah. I know that drivers of that 20 car have a tendency to end up upside down, so... Yep, they're showing the green flag pit stops here. So, yeah, they will enter pit road on the back at the end of the back straightaway, and they can go 90 miles an hour from there to the start of the pit boxes. Which, at that point, they will have to slow down from 90 to 45 miles an hour. That is just a safety thing. That way, you don't have a car going 45 miles an hour inches from cars going 145 miles an hour. But, yeah, figure that will hopefully help with the, that will hopefully help keep it more organized and help with the safety in particular, trying to get 200 miles an hour down to 45 miles an hour, however fast they're going to end up getting. I think it's probably going to be around 177 miles an hour. Was the average top speed entering turn 3. Yeah, but regardless, you don't want to be going 177 into and going from that down to 45 miles an hour, especially at the angle that you would have to for this track. And there we go. Let's go. Joey Logano is dropping all the way to the back. Let's go. I'm really excited to see Logano drop into the rear. We got stages are 60, 100 laps, and 100 laps. So, again, pit road speed of 45 miles an hour. Fuel window being 68 to 72 laps. Hopefully, the Cup guys aren't able to exploit the fuel window the way that the Xfinity guys did yesterday. because, yeah, I didn't even realize until late in the race that they were even going to be able to make it on fuel. But, well, most of them didn't make it on fuel, which is kind of the long and short of last night's recap, was that all the drivers were trying to save fuel, and only Austin Hill was able to actually make it to the end of without pitting. But here we go. The field is collected there, and they've got a Joey Logano fan. Oh, there we go. There's a bunch of shirtless guys. Who would have guessed that would be at a NASCAR race in the South? But here we go. Lights are off in the pace car. We will be going green this time by. Green flag will be coming out this time by. So, no. Wait. Oh. Okay. Never mind. Sorry, I'm mistaken. Michael McDowell chose the top line. Chose to start with his teammate on his back bumper rather than promoting his teammate to the front row with him. I mean, I guess that already lines him up, but just seems like you'd want to try and get your teammate up there. But here we go. Green, green, green. Green flag is out, and they are racing at Atlanta. Okay, never mind. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But I'm not entirely confident that I think leaving the Kyle and Kyle show on that inside line as the first two cars is a smart choice there for Michael McDowell. And there we go. Kyle Busch up to the top, and Kyle's going to try and lead lap one. Michael McDowell down to the bottom. McDowell's not playing around here. He's going to try and take the lead back from Kyle Busch. And here we go, off turn 4. Who's going to lead at the line? It looks like it's going to be Kyle Busch who leads at the line. So Kyle Busch ends up getting the lead. And oh, come on. Are you kidding me? No. Austin Dillon slides around, and we've got cars involved. Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, Justin Haley's in it. The 31, that's Hemrick is in it. Trying to see who else. But this is going to basically nullify the penalty. Well, nullify the big part of the penalty for Joey Logano. So Joey Logano gets his the brunt of his penalty reduced, because he, besides going down pit road, he literally isn't going to lose a lap or anything off of that. Yeah, they are already spinning. Yep. Alex Bowman has a blown tire as well. He got a piece of it. He's got at least one flat tire as it's starting to rip apart the hood there. And it looks like Kyle Busch and Larson were both ahead of McDowell at the time of caution. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, mic's a bit low? All right, let's see if I can go ahead and adjust that. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. But, yeah, here we go. Alright, so we got 10 people hanging out, but let's see. Okay, we're seeing a good replay. So it looked like the top line just got stacked up a bit. No real discernible cause for what happened other than a stack up, and ultimately the drivers just not being prepared for it. I think I'm seeing Ryan Preece also now in it. Ty Gibbs got a piece of it. The 78 weaved his way through. Okay, here we go. Here's another good replay. So the 12 got into the back of the 38, and then just a normal stack up there, and eventually somebody didn't manage to get a hold of it. The evasion of the 4 car, that's pretty impressive. Harrison Burton got clipped, and he goes around as well in the middle of all that. Trying to see if I can see any other cars. Brad Keselowski's right in the middle of it. I don't know if he got any damage, but he was right in the middle of all of that. So, here we go. And now we got our first commercial break of the day. Hopefully at this point, that, now that we've gotten the spin out of us, hopefully. But, yeah. Let's see. Alright, so yeah, there's already a wreck here, and, already piled up, so, very early on, actually, I completely forgot to even get a, pre-race poll going, or alright, well, I guess we're doing who will win stage 1. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and put Michael McDowell on there because I want to take a chance to put Michael McDowell on a pole after he went and sat on the pole. And other. Alright, there we go. Got that all done, and we are ready to go. Alright, so there's the poll. Alright, here we go. So again, we're at commercial break still. You haven't missed anything. As I say, they're cleaning up, and that was a big wreck. I'm kind of surprised Buescher managed to make it. Chris Buescher managed to make it all the way up to 4th and all that. So that's pretty impressive there. Alright, let's see. Alright, we got 4 votes on the poll, and everybody's voting for either Kyle or Kyle. Okay. So, here we go. We're back from commercial break, and, yeah, they are getting ready for a, run down pit road. Christopher Bell already down there getting service done. They're trying to see if they can salvage Reddick's car. Austin Dillon's car actually looks surprisingly clean considering all that happened to his car. Josh Williams is in the wreckage as well. And, yeah, a lot of cars involved. Yeah, 16 cars already under repair here. And, yeah, again, Joey Logano also getting lucky that he didn't have to try and weave his way through this one. The wreck was pretty much already over by the time it happened. I'm hoping that this race is good, especially considering how the last 2 races had gone. Because the last 2 races had been pretty, at the last 2 races on the weekend, especially that Xfinity race last night, which was really not good. But, yeah. So, yeah, they're showing some of the key drivers who are behind on points already, and one driver that they didn't show on that list is Michael McDowell, who only got 1 point at Daytona by finishing dead last in the 500. He got 1 point, the participation point. So, drivers involved in the wreck. Here we go. Austin Dillon, Chase Elliott, Noah Gragson, Christopher Bell, Harrison Burton, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Hemrick, Ryan Preece, and more all involved in that first wreck here. But yeah, man, a lot of cars all wadded up there. I didn't see that they had the list up until too late. I was not able to catch all the way up on the wreckage, but here we go. Alright, while we're going to another commercial break, I'm gonna go grab some water here. But yeah, we definitely didn't think I don't think any of us really expected them to wreck early, but again, this absolutely saves Joey Logano's day, which is a little bit of a bummer because, well, I didn't want to see Logano's day saved, but I mean, it really was a kind of silly reason for him to be at the back. So again, I will be right back, guys. I'm just gonna grab some water and I will right back here. back, and alright, let's see where everybody's kind of stacked up here. Alright, we got 10 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's hanging out here, and let's see. Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that there is no practice time before the race. I mean, if it's all about a cost savings thing, just don't make practice mandatory. Don't make it mandatory that every driver has to take part in practice. Seems like it'd be nice and easy, right? Just don't make it practice mandatory, but give it as an option. Because they only had like a 10-minute pit road practice, basically, and that all happened after qualifying. I feel like every weekend should have a 1 hour, essentially a happy hour type of thing. Even market it as happy hour. Have it at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, assuming that the track can run at that time. Go and just have a nice happy hour session. Maybe you work out a deal with Fox to have it on FS1. Maybe you can't work out that kind of deal, but I think every series should have half an hour to an hour, and honestly, I'd be pushing for an hour minimum of practice before every NASCAR Cup Series race. And here we go. Logano coming down pit road, along with Stenhouse and a couple of others just coming down for some quick service here on lap 7. So Joey Logano, after starting 37th in the race because of the penalty, he goes and he's already back up inside the top 20. Are you kidding me? I mean, it literally makes the penalty pretty close. I mean, I know that technically he started second, but to be already up nearly 20 positions, when you were supposed to have a penalty that pretty close to ends your day, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan in the world of that. Alright, here we go. Austin Cindric up into the top 10. There we go. Despite he got a glancing blow in that one. They're also getting Gregson ready to go back out. I mean, they're even fueling up his car, so I would be shocked if he's planning on retiring from the race at this point, because why fuel up the car if you're not going to need gas the rest of the day? Alright, so yeah, we are just chilling here. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Also, if you guys want your name on that on the banner below the stream, that's for channel members and Patreon members. You can find the link to the Patreon in the description, or hit the join button on the YouTube channel. But just being a part of this stream is plenty. So you guys don't need to by any stretch of the imagination. But figure for people who do want to try and support, that's an option there. So, alright, and we got ourselves just more footage of the wrecks, and hard to not seeing any new cars involved that we hadn't seen before. So, there we go. All set and ready for this one. Let's see. Again, still looks like it's a Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and other show. Nobody voting for McDowell. Wow. So yeah, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Feel free, hey, go ahead, still pop your race predictions in the chat. Also, if you guys are play the NASCAR fantasy game over on the NASCAR.com website, we have our own fantasy league going. Let me go ahead and take a look at the results of that, or at least take a look and see if I had anybody in that wreck. I think I had Bell and Jones were both in that one, yeah. Gonna bench Bell, because Bell definitely got damage that was significant there. But, yeah. So we got our own fantasy league that goes, results from that are put into my Fantasy Friday series that you guys may or may not have seen. where I basically break down the upcoming NASCAR race based on that. And, yeah. So as of right now, I have 145 points locked in. And, yeah, let's see. I am 11th place in the weekly game. So here we go. Let's see. We got, how many people put in picks? 18 people put in picks for this week's race. So, not bad. Got a pretty good day going. And there we go. I don't think it's the first time we've had a wreck this early in the first 2 races. I'm trying to remember, I mean, it's hard to remember exactly what Atlanta races had early wrecks or other race 2s. I think, but yeah, I remember 2 weeks in a row. I think it was, I know Bristol a couple of years ago had like a first or second lap wreck, and at Bristol, that's one of the fastest green flag to caution flag times I think we've ever seen. But yeah, trying to think if there's been a second race of the year where it was a really quick yellow too, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. They definitely, that kind of record was bound to be in jeopardy though, because of the fact that we were racing 2 super speedways in a row. And here we go. Pace cars heading down pit road as they are showing the pit penalties for pitting too early. Pretty much every driver involved in that crash. So they were showing the list of those penalties. But here we go. Green flag's out. We're back to racing. Kyle Busch jumps down in front of Kyle Larson here. Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland, those two lined up together, but they're trying to push. But now the Kyles go up to block. Kyle Larson looks to the bottom. Larson trying to make a pass here. And it looks like that bottom of the racetrack is right back to being the better line here. At least for making the pass happen. Seems like up the track you got a little bit more overall speed. But if you can dive up the inside and get to that inside, you can potentially try and leapfrog over somebody. And there we go. Kyle Busch leapfrogs right past Kyle Larson yet again. And now Larson back to second here. Kyle Busch going to try and work both lanes. Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland are still 1-2 in the top line. But they're still in line right in front on each other's bumper. But now you've got Kyle Larson right in front of that group. Kind of pushing those two even further back. So yeah, any advantage they could maybe take advantage of is a lot harder now. But here we go. Buescher on the inside line. He is trying to make something happen there. You got Buescher, Briscoe on the inside. Then you got last week's winner, the Daytona 500 winner, William Byron. If he can win this race, he will have won the first 2 races in the Cup season. And, oh, yep, there we go. Bell is going to the garage. Christopher Bell is out of the race. So, Christopher Bell heads to the garage and is out of the race. And here we go. Going down the back straightaway. Kyle Busch appears to be trying to help tow the outside line. I don't know if that's just to try and help keep, for example, Briscoe and Larson side by side. Because Briscoe leapfrogged past his corporate teammate there in the other Ford. But here we go. To the inside, it's going to be the 14. Let's see if the 14 can go ahead and get past the 8 here. What's it going to be? Let's see. The push is happening, but I don't see it happening. I don't see anything really happening from it. Looks like Kyle Busch is going to hold on to the lead for now. And Todd Gilliland has gotten cycled even further back here. But, yeah, so far, though, we actually have a pretty good race going so far. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this one. Now, we've gotten green flag. We got the Kyle, and McDowell show up in front. And say all three of them got clear there for a moment, but now the 14 of Briscoe is right back into the story. So, and say there's a lot of Ford power near the front of the racetrack. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Chastain up in the mix here. You got you got Zane Smith making his way up into the top 11 here. Corey LaJoie hanging out around the top 15, potentially looking to try and take advantage like he did back in 2022 when he nearly won this race if it weren't for Chase Elliott. But yeah, right now though, Briscoe versus McDowell is the battle for track position. But yeah, so far though, going pretty good. Can't complain about this race, that's for sure. So yeah, here we go. Ty Gibbs and Ty Gibbs and somebody were battling it out for position there. Not sure who it was. But yeah, so right now again, the Chevys have the body that they already know and definitely use. And here we go, Ryan Blaney absolutely firing forward here. He's gonna be taking it right to Larson and Kyle Busch. I thought when that inside line started to die off, I thought for sure it was gonna be the 14 and the 14 and the 17 coming roaring back, but no, the 12 actually got ahead of the 14 here and drove right up to the back bumper here. We're about a third of the way into the stage number 1 now. And here we go. So, yep, don't short pit. Yep, definitely. Change 2 tires or fuel. Alright, so yeah, so they're going through the kind of the strategies of the race. And yeah, you don't want to be taking you want to take 2 tires or fuel if you can avoid taking 4 on the pit stops. You do. But here we go. Kyle Larson jumps ahead of Kyle Busch here, and Larson now leads the field. You got McDowell. Yeah, McDowell is still the top 4 here technically. But here we go. Let's see. Alright, here we go. So yeah, it looks like Ty Gibbs has some damage on the front end of his car. Hopefully that, or not damage, sorry, that's just a bunch of debris and kind of dust on the windshield, making it hard to see. But here we go, let's see. McDowell up to 4th here. He's still side by side with Blaine, or no, he's side by side with Briscoe here. Blaney's side by side with Kyle Busch here, trying to make something happen. They've put in a pretty good fight up to this point, but I don't know if it's going to maintain that way or not. And here we go. Looks like they're going to be going to commercial break here. And let's see what's going to be. Is it going to be a side by side? Nope, it's a full commercial break. So we got ourselves a commercial break. I'm going to go use the bathroom, but I will be right back, guys. we're back, and we are ready for... They are still at commercial break. But, oh, we got a caution flag out, and Ryan Blaney is your race leader. Okay, so some stuff has changed. Michael McDowell back to 4th place. Chastain up to 5th. Corey LaJoie up inside the top 10. Let's go. That's some pretty big changes in the top 10 there. Cindric in 11th. Not a major change there. Alright, let's see. I think I know. Let's see. My mom's doing pretty well in fantasy. I am still struggling back in like 13th. Okay, yeah, because Jones is still not doing too well here for me. But, oh, and we're back from commercial break. Let's see what brought out this caution flag. So, the Ambetter 400 here. Alright, let's see. Buescher gets into the back of the 14. He's up the track about a half a car width. And just loses it. What? That is one of the most bizarre crashes I think I've ever seen. He got into the back of the car in front of him. And then he just loses it in the middle of the track, in the middle of the corner, but no contact from anybody that caused it. Wow. It's weird. Alright, let's see. So, yep, another crash here that's going to bring out the caution flag. Chris Buescher, the only car involved in this one, so single car spin. But it brings out the caution flag, and we are back under caution. Blaney, though, was able to get the lead away from the Kyles. So yeah, so officially it looks like there were 16 cars involved in that first wreck there. But yep, they're going back to another commercial break here. Oh no, wait, no. I thought they were going to commercial break, but we got cars coming down pit road. And a lot of them, but there's not really much to be done here. I mean, you can, I guess, short pit here, but in the stage, I don't think that's going to matter much, because you guaranteed another caution anyway. Now, if you weren't guaranteed a caution, I think there's actually an interesting strategy playing out here. But, yeah, where you're guaranteed a caution at the end of stage 2, you could just kind of stay out, hope you have enough fuel to make it. Because you should have enough fuel to go 60 laps, especially with the amount of caution laps we've had already. I mean, I guess if you pit here, the plan would be to not pit at the end of the first stage and just try and drag the finish on. That way you can have a reason to pit early in the window next time, but I don't know if that's necessarily the winning strategy, though. Because I feel like pitting late here is going to be the bigger strategy. Alright, so we got cars on pit road. Kozlowski leaving pit road here. But, yeah, we're under caution for the second time already tonight. Ryan Blaney leads the Ambetter 400 here from AtlantaMotorSpeedway. And, yeah, we just are currently finishing up a caution here for a single car spin from Chris Buescher. Alright, so yeah, we are just chilling out here and getting ready for the restart. So, real quick rundown of the field after the first big wreck here. Let's see. But yeah, it looks like, is it gonna be Larson on the inside? Yeah, Larson's on the inside of the front row. You got Blaney opting to take the outside with Kyle Busch behind him. Alright, it looks like, is that going to be McDowell on the outside or inside here at this point? Alright, here we go. Let's see. Sure, Jamie. Yeah, give me a second and I can get it set up for multi-stream. Give me a moment. Alright, we got 20 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's tuned in. We're getting ready for a restart here. Yeah, Jamie, just pop into the Discord and I will do the same here. Oh, yeah, actually, I want to pop into it on my browser, not the app. There we go. Alright, and lights are still on the pace car, which means we're going for at least another time around. Yeah, here we go. Alright, I am in the VC. I'm going to go ahead and pop that out. And we will go ahead and pull up CoCast NASCAR. There we go. And yeah, once Jamie gets in here, he will hopefully appear in the box. So there we go. Alright, so let's see where we're... I'm seeing some Atlanta Braves hats in the stands. Nice to see the local fans repping the colors. But yeah, we are all set and ready here. Alright. So yeah, Jamie, whenever you're ready, just pop into the Discord. But so far we've had 16 green flag laps, and we are finishing up our 15 lap of caution so far. So far, Chastain's the only one of the drivers near the front that has actually pit once today so far. As the pace car dives for cover, we are going to be going back to racing. Green, green, green. Let's see. Blaney on the outside, Kyle Larson on the inside, and there we go. They are back to racing, and Michael McDowell did choose the inside lane behind Larson, not the third car on the outside line. So here we go. Yeah, so they fire off. All right, and let's see. Down the back straightaway is going to be the important moment here. Is Blaney going to move down the track to try and block Larson? Is Larson going to have a good enough run to make a push to try and pass Blaney? And is McDowell going to get any kind of help from behind from Chastain? Looks like the answer is not really. No real help there from Chastain to Michael McDowell as he gave a nice push to the 5 car, but the 5 car wasn't able to make much happen with it. Wasn't able to get clear enough to make a block. So there we go. And yeah, we will, again, the stream, we will have a... we'll have a co-commentary in here momentarily. Just make sure that nothing is muted. Okay, no, nothing's muted. There we go. Oh, is that a Jamie? That is a Jamie. There we go. Alright, we are all set. And yeah, Kyle Busch is taking the lead of the race after leapfrogging past Blaney from the second spot in that outside line. Definitely seems like that's been the advantageous spot to be in, is second car in the top line to be able to leapfrog your fellow competitor there. And hey, McDowell's making a move. There we go. Hey, kind of fitting which two drivers
like,
are up.
I can't hear you if you're speaking, Ryan.
Oh, you can't hear me? Give me a second. For some reason, my audio is not being picked up by Discord. Let's see. All right, there we go. That should be, you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I got you.
All right, there we go. So we got that all covered, and yeah. Kind of fitting, though, considering which two drivers are up front, with the two of us being in here, the 8 and the 34 up there leading laps.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I got it set for you. Hold on.
Oh, all right. Nice. Number 8 hat. I don't have a 34 hat yet. I'm hoping to get one now that they're the front row merch is going to be in the Penske haulers now at the track.
Gives me kind of conflicting though.
Gives
wearing
me
a Kyle Busch hat with a Chase Elliott shirt.
Yeah, gives me
confusing the heck out of some people.
Yeah, I've got the Kyle Busch shirt on, repping the number 8, but yeah. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, they're highlighting Byron in the middle of the field. He's been up and down today. Everywhere between 7th and 17th, it looks like.
Yeah, he, I think, outside of the other Hendrick counterparts, I think Chase went for more handling than anything else. But everyone else seemed to go for speed. But how about the first 20 laps, though? Already,
already 2 caution flags.
And, yeah.
Yep. But yeah, we're starting to finally settle into a rhythm here. You got Blaney and McDowell fighting it out for second. Kyle Busch just kind of clear out in the lead. Anyway, we could make this like 20 to go in the race and just award all 3 stages at the same time. That way I could have a battle between Kyle Busch and McDowell for the win instead. Or if they could battle for all 3 stages, I would gladly take that. But we got a commercial coming up. I don't know if it's a local commercial break or if it's a national one.
Mine's on commercial.
Okay, so yeah, it's probably a national commercial. And hey, Alessandro, how's it going? So, all right, I got it to where I can read chat as well while we're going ahead and talking. So there we go. And I believe the leaderboard should still be up and working. Also, when you get a chance, if you could go and move yours to widescreen, that'd be better. If you can. Landscape mode or whatever instead of the portrait. That way it's not super narrow. So, there we go.
Is that better or no?
Yep, that works. Might be a little low if you could... Yep, there we go. Oh!
I gotta figure out how to prop my phone up.
Yeah, use like a box of tissues or something.
Yeah, that...
I have a roll of paper towels I used to use to prop my phone up to watch the race on my phone.
There we go.
Right underneath the camera. So, yep, there we go. But,
yeah, that actually works out better. Yeah. When you said box of tissues, I haven't looked to my right, and there was some sitting right there. I was like, oh, all right, cool.
I just knew that you'd been sick over the last week or so, so I was like, you probably have a box of tissues around.
Mm-hmm.
You guys feeling a little bit better over at your house?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yep.
The daughter is better now. It's just This is probably the second day that I felt really good.
All right.
So all that's left is the wife and the son.
Oh, and there we go. McDowell to the lead. Kyle Busch dropping a lot of spots. I don't know what happened. But Kyle Busch back to 4th or 5th right now, and Michael McDowell to the lead. I'm just looking at the leaderboard and just seeing what it's saying there. But
looks like
Chastain and Stenhouse, though, some of the bigger movers in the race so far. Stenhouse up into that top, into the 8th position. Got Chastain up to 5th here.
But, yeah, so they took him 3 wide.
Oh yeah, they took him 3 wide. Are you back already?
Well, I'm back. They didn't show on the national, but on the laptop I have in-car cameras. I just keep flipping through.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if I pulled up the in-car cameras, it would lag the stream. I've tried doing that before, but yeah, my computer's not quite powerful enough for that. So here we go. It's back, and yep, there we go. McDowell out in front as Blaney and Larson battling it out behind with Kyle Busch in the mix as well. Pretty cool. I'm glad we get a lot of different paint schemes this weekend. That was one of the cool things about Atlanta being the second race of the year for a while. Because it's a very big market, we saw a lot of teams being able to sign a special sponsor or kind of a secondary sponsor on the Atlanta race that wasn't the same as the 500. Well, except for teams like Larson and Logano, who run the same paint scheme every week because they are boring and uncreative. And totally not just because those companies are paying the most money. Because that's totally not why Shell's on the car every week.
This is what happened.
All right.
Oh, never mind. When you get to it, they're just re-showing the big one again.
They're about to re-show the big one. And say we got 12 laps to go here.
I thought they were getting ready to show the.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, but... they just pulled up the replay into the picture-in-picture for me.
Yeah. So don't get fooled by it.
Yeah,
I thought they were getting ready to show the pass for the lead.
Yeah, would have been cool to see it, but yeah, who's that car that they just went and lapped? I wasn't able to see it. Is that that's the 10 of Gregson that they just went and lapped.
But Joey Logano and Austin Cindric are on the move. Logano's up to 10th after having that pass-through.
Well, he got extremely lucky with that caution flag coming out to completely nullify his penalty, pretty much. Which, also, what on earth was wrong with those gloves that caused him to have to lose his entire starting position? And, there we go. Blaney to the bottom. Blaney's about to leapfrog past McDowell here. Martin Truex Jr. in the mix for the lead.
And then McDowell comes roaring back on the inside and reclaims the lead.
Yeah, that's what I said. Second car on that outside line seems to be the optimal spot because you can go and leapfrog back past the leader pretty easily, it seems. I mean, Larson and Kyle Busch did it to each other, I think, 6 or 7 times in a row. Just back and forth, back and forth. And here we go. Larson to the bottom. I think he's about to make it 3 wide, it looks like. Oh, is there trouble?
Yeah, Denny Hamlin spinning by himself.
Oh, right in the middle of the pack, too? Yeah, here we go. Caution flag is out. Let's see. And, oh no, Kyle's right there. And they cut away from it, and yep, there goes Kyle. I think Kyle Busch might have made contact looking at what I could see from their choice of camera angles when there was a wreck occurring. I mean, come on, seriously. Could you not find any better camera angles there, Fox? Mike McDowell, though, was leader when the caution came out, so he gets to lead some laps. Also, can we talk a little bit about that Xfinity race from last night if you watched any of it?
I watched some of it.
Okay, my apologies. Sorry for your loss of time. Because yeah, that Xfinity race was not worth watching. I don't think unless you watched only like the last 5 laps or so.
That pretty much sums it up. I was kind of looking at my phone, wondering if I should, and I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, watching on the replay, it does look like the 8 car made contact with the 11. What, you got some beef with JP or something?
Well, he says he's got places to go, and then he just pulls right in front of you, and that kind of thing tends to happen if he just comes down on you.
Yep. So yeah. Oh yeah. That was just a typical 11 move. You move down in front of somebody while their nose is still in there. That is a very typical. How many times are we gonna see the 11 make a JP style move? Because in the Daytona duels that we streamed together, we saw the 11 shoving people out the line.
I don't know if he has JP as a spotter or not, but
or is JP driving the 11?
No, he's not. He's not driving the 11. Still Denny Hamlin, because they show a video of it, and you can tell he's able to hop like stand up and get in the car. So that's definitely not JP. But
yeah,
he could be hearing JP tell him he's clear when he's not clear, and then he's making these mistakes.
Okay, as I say, JP is not live streaming the race. He's told me he was considering streaming the race, so I just went and checked to see if he was live, but he's not streaming it.
That means he's spotting.
Yep, that's got to be what he's doing. He did.
And JB confirmed he's a spotter of the 11 FedEx Camry.
Yep. I was gonna say, because he actually called me at work before I left work for the day, asking me if I wanted a second person to stream with, and I told him I was probably good to do it alone, but he mentioned that he might be streaming it too. So
I really like that Michael McDowell scheme, by the way.
Yeah, the
Benny Bone.
Yeah, honestly, like that color, that shade of green is one of my favorites. Kind of that darker, almost forest green.
Yeah.
Trying to think of what other dark green scheme he used to have. He used to have another really dark green scheme that was like dark green all the way over. But I feel like that would like the green number, or not with the green number, but with like a red number would look. The red number would pop really well. Although the white lettering on the side, I think the white number works well. But yeah,
but
definitely
our
a
buddy
fan.
Greg out at Atlanta, he's getting a good show today.
Yep. Definitely didn't get a great show yesterday if he did go, but today hopefully we'll make up for it as Logano's on pit road again, along with a long line of cars here. And say, I think if you don't care about stage points, so if you're someone like, I would say if you're someone like a Larson, a Kyle Busch, someone who is pretty much guaranteed to win a race before the end of the regular season, and if you don't think you're in position to win this stage, I would be pitting here to get track position for when the stage ends. So someone like a Larson, or someone like a Logano, I mean, who's a little bit further back, but he's in a position where he's pretty much guaranteed to win before the end of the regular season, and so playoff points are really all he cares about.
It's a good strategy point to get yourself ahead of the carnage that can ensue once a restart after the stage hits.
Yeah, and I say especially where you got where this race has been such a track position race in recent years. I mean, with the super speedway numbers, not sure how much of that you've looked at already, but out of the 4 super speedway races they've run, 2 of the 4 have been won from pole.
No, that bodes well for McDowell.
And both races that weren't won from the pole were both won by William Byron.
So what you're saying is you should just put a poll up. Is it going to be Michael McDowell or William Byron that wins?
Yeah, I could basically do that. And I'd probably include an other option just in case somebody thinks that somebody other than those 2 would win. But yeah. Now, granted, I know 4 races is not a lot of data points to look at, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Yeah. So, based off of what we've seen so far,
Yeah.
outside of the, let's say, top 5, because they've been consistently up there,
Aside
who
from
would you
Truex, who
say,
just popped up into the top 5.
yeah, who would you say is probably the most impressive thus far working their way through the pack?
Most impressive, I would probably say Stenhouse. Now, full disclarity, I know I'm a Stenhouse fan, but the fact that he started the furthest back of them and doesn't have any official teammates goes to show that he had to work his way up through the field. And again, he came from the furthest back of any of those drivers in that top 10. Also, quick shout out if we're allowed to go a little bit further back than 10th. BJ McLeod all the way up to 11th with the car that he has after missing the Daytona 500 last week.
Mm-hmm. That's who I was going to use.
Yeah, I just
looked
down and saw he was 11th, and I was like, oh, there we go.
Where did he start? Wasn't it in the 20s?
BJ McLeod, he started further back than that, I thought. Also, have you gone and collected your NASCAR fan reward points yet for the race?
Actually, no, I didn't. So hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, grab those and
yeah, let me snag those.
Yep.
Good reminder.
Hey, who's gonna say no to free NASCAR stuff, right?
I'll never say no to that.
Yep. Yeah, say if I say no to that, you can go ahead and send out a search party because I've clearly been taken hostage.
All right, and boop boop, checked in. Done. Well,
Yep.
while I'm here, let me check my fantasy team.
Yeah, I've already got Bell in my garage. But let me see how many points I've got built up already this season since we're 2 races in. I am at 770 points built up so far.
There we go. Well, not
also,
too bad.
if you want a few other bonus points, by the way, you can go to your points dashboard and they have a quiz to see who, if you know how many wins Jimmy Johnson, Petty, and Dale Sr. all have at this track. They're all tied with Bobby Labonte for the most Atlanta wins in history. So you know the answer, you can, or I can give you the answer if you just want the free points because I know it because I got it right.
So where did you go? I went to my dashboard.
Yeah, if you go to your dashboard, there should be a if you just scroll down, dashboard points. So Petty, Dale Earnhardt, Bobby Labonte, and Jimmy Johnson are all tied with how many wins in specifically the spring Atlanta race?
Is it 3?
No, it's 4.
Dang it.
Yeah, it's 4.
Well, I waited for you to answer before I selected my answer, so haha, I still win.
Yeah. So currently, are they gonna send this thing back to green with 1 lap to go?
I think they are. A 1-lap shootout. That's gonna be exciting.
More cars especially where they don't get the especially where they don't tend to get the field back to green flag before before they get to or they don't get back up to full speed until about a full lap, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I'm at 420 points.
Oh, and apparently as we were talking about him, BJ McLeod came to pit road after everybody else, so he's going to be way at the back now. But Todd Gilliland's still hanging out in the top 10. He's technically 11th right now, but I was bummed that McDowell didn't go and make the front row on the front row pun a thing. Like, come on, social media team could have had a field day with that. But he opted to start in front of his teammate rather than doing the teammate strategy thing where you check up on the bottom line to get your teammate in front of you. Because he could have chosen either driver to accompany him on the front row based on what lane he chose to start in. But here we go. Lights are off on the pace car. We are ready to go back to racing. Let's see. Is that pace car going to dive for cover? Yep, there it goes. It's starting to run away.
Got some 3 wide action. Bubba Wallace is trapped in the middle.
All right, here we go. Green, green, green. Green flag's back out, and they're back to racing here at Atlanta. Because, yeah, I just saw them start to go back green here. But
okay.
Here we go.
All right, I got to remember my time delay.
Yeah, and say my delay is also worse on Network Fox compared to FS1. FS1, I'm usually a little bit closer than I am on Network Fox, but here we go. So yeah, Bubba there in the middle of 3 wide. He's stuck between Briscoe and Gilliland. But right now, McDowell out in front. And coming across the line, it's going to be Michael McDowell winning stage number 1. Who came second? It was Blaney. Blaney second. Chastain third. Kyle Larson fourth. Kylebusch fifth. Then, MTJ sixth. Stenhouse seventh. Bubba Wallace coming home eighth. Byron ninth, and Todd Gilliland even getting a stage point here. So McDowell, after missing out on points entirely in the Daytona 500, comes home with a first place finish here in the first stage.
But this next stage is going to prove to be a little bit more challenging, depending on how many more people come down pit road to get more adjustments on their cars.
Yeah, and especially where it's also 100 laps compared to the first stage being only a 60 lapper. You got a bit of a difference there.
I mean, Kevin Harvick said it best on the free race that this track is not fun for drivers because all the bumps are in all the wrong places, and that's panned out to be true so far.
All right, here we go. So yeah, so we're at commercial break right now. I'm gonna wait until we know who the drivers on the at the front of the field after the cycle of pit stops are to go and put up the poll.
Yeah.
Rather than putting all 3 drivers who are probably going to be like 37th, 38th, and 39th or whatever. Or there's only 37 cars in this field. But yeah. So there we go. And I say, if anyone in chat wants to recommend some drivers for us to put in the poll, I think Byron is definitely going to be one. Looking at he's the highest driver who just pit, or who pit at all up to this point. Yeah, Byron last pit at lap 27. Todd Gilliland, he's another one that just hit pit road just before the restart for the end of the stage.
Mm-hmm. Well, it shows Todd Gilliland sitting in 10th.
Yeah, I'm looking at who's all pit already, though. Todd Gilliland pit at lap 54, so he's going to jump up. Bubba Wallace, Stenhouse, they both were last on pit road at lap 4 and 6, respectively, so they're going to pit for sure. Same with all the guys who have yet to pit, so the top 2 are going to be Byron, Gilliland, pretty sure on that one. Briscoe's coming to pit road, so I think it's going to be Byron, Gilliland, Logano, if I had to guess on my top 3 here, assuming what we can assume for pit stops here. Because McDowell has not pit yet, he's coming. Blaney has not pit yet, he's coming. Chastain last pit on lap 6, he'll be coming to pit road. Larson, Kylebusch, Truex, none of them have pit yet.
Yeah.
So Byron pitting on lap 27, I will say that one could be a toss-up, because 27 laps already on his tires and fuel could be a concern.
There's a world where Todd Gilliland could be leading this thing.
Yeah, there's a world where Todd Gilliland could be leading the race after Michael McDowell went and won the first stage. Imagine if Todd Gilliland goes and wins stage 2.
And if that's the case, then that team's definitely got some got something brewing in their shops that we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see some real speed next week because I think next week will be the big test when they go to a standard 1.5 miles. Yeah, as opposed to doing the plate track stuff, because that Penske Alliance, though, it seemed to be more effective than most of the alliances that the small teams end up getting. Because, like, remember when Rick Ware signed as an alliance with Stewart Haas Racing, and now even they're a Roush team, and I mean, there's definitely an improvement, but they aren't really up to snuff still. Meanwhile, the front row team signed the deal with Penske, and all of a sudden, I would say McDowell and even Gilliland are on par with the Penske cars, and in fact are probably outperforming Austin Spindrick.
Yep, and there we go. Todd Gilliland has now led a lap in the 2024 season.
Yep, and there goes Logano, and who was the third car that stayed out there? It's Chris Buescher. So 3 Fords out in front, and then you got you got Zane Smith and Corey LaJoie, the other 2 drivers that have moved up there. So looks like Josh Berry.
Yeah, I would say Chris Buescher is probably somebody I would add. He's been pretty solid.
So do we go Gilliland, Logano, Buescher for the poll? Because I can put 3 options, then I leave the 4th spot open for other. So do I just do the top 3 like I kind of normally do?
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Sometimes I try and shake it up when it comes to the manufacturers, especially where it's 3 Fords, but all 3 Fords are actually interesting picks. Mm-hmm. If it were to say all 3 Penske Fords, then I would probably shake it up, but... So, who will win stage? There's no B in stage. 2.
Unless it's Busch.
Yeah. Fat fingers, you can probably imagine hitting the B instead of the G. Yep. So we got... Let's see if... I was like, could we see back-to-back stage wins for the front row team? Also gotta make sure I actually spell some of these last names right, because not sure if you noticed on my race review video from the 500, but I misspelled John Hunter Nemechek's last name. For whatever reason, I can never mentally get it through my head that there is no C in the last 2 letters there. It is not CK, it's just K at the end.
Yep.
But I always type it with the CK. Is it Chris or Christopher Buescher?
I don't know. I don't have his birth certificate.
So we're just gonna go Chris. Yeah, YouTube, or not YouTube, but NASCAR.com has him as just Chris, but I remember that nickname being added on to him last year. Yeah, courtesy of Dale Jr. Or was that 2 years ago now that the Christopher Buescher thing happened?
It was 2 years.
That was 2 years ago?
Yep. Good old Junebug.
But yeah, I just remember the Christopher Buescher thing happening at that was Watkins Glen where he coined that phrase. Yeah, by coined it, I mean accidentally said it.
Yep.
But hey, in the words of the great Bob Ross, there are no there are just happy accidents, no mistakes. Figured that was a good time to go and quote some Bob Ross.
Yeah, there's never a bad time to quote some Bob Ross. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sure somebody can find a bad way to quote Bob Ross. If someone can think of one, go ahead and type it in chat, but... Yeah.
Yeah, make it interesting. Liven it up.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm sure there are some, but yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head. And say, I remember one that a buddy of mine used when we were a while back when he and I were talking IndyCar racing. He was trying to explain to me how fragile the cars were. He actually used a Bob Ross quote there as well. Just takes three hairs and some air to wreck these cars, which honestly, with the next gen cars, it can do that too. Just a small little bit of air and they're wrecked around. I mean, look at the Denny Hamlin spin. Just a little bit of air and a lot of bumper from Kyle Busch. And then say another one actually earlier in the race, Chris Buescher wrecked with nothing but air.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one was completely just air that went around.
Talk about plot twist. Look at Zane Smith sitting in the 4th spot.
Yeah, Zane Smith and Corey LaJoie both
Zane
up
Smith,
there.
Corey LaJoie, Josh Berry, Harrison Burton.
Yep. And say Cindric up into
top 10.
And say Cindric, Suarez, and Gibbs as well joining up there, and Justin Haley's up into the 11th spot.
You look at that top 10, you wonder what the heck is going on.
No, you look at that top 10, and Vegas is sweating.
Somewhere, somebody has a plus 1,000 that's getting ready to turn true.
I mean, granted, Joey Logano is a plus 100, or is a plus 900 bet, even. And he was the odds-on favorite, by the way, coming into the weekend.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was the odds-on favorite at plus 900.
I didn't realize his stat line was there. Shoot, I would have done it.
I mean, he won the, he was one of those 2 winners from pole position. And obviously that I did that video before qualifying. I don't know if qualifying shifted the odds any, but yeah. Yeah, he was the odds-on favorite. Kyle Busch and Larson were right up there as well. I think Larson was like an 1,100 if I... Actually, you know what? I can just pull up the... thing from the video.
Yeah. And this will be a true test of front row because Ty Gillen's lining up with Joey Logano on his outside. So if he's able to get things going and keep Logano behind him, that's a true testament to front row.
So there we go. Up on the screen, we got the race entering odds as we go back to Green Flag Racing. Green. I will say I like that they have iRacing sponsoring the top of the scoreboard and not some yellow sponsor like they had at Talladega last summer. Or not summer.
Yeah,
the fall
that
race.
Threw me off all the time because it made me think that caution was coming out.
Yep, but here we go. Gillen is able to get out in front of Joey Logano. I'm sure Logano probably played it a little bit more gentle with Gillen, considering that is a Penske-affiliated Ford now. But Logano able to follow in behind here, and we got our 3 Fords leading the way. And Josh Berry gonna fall into line. It looks like he's gonna fall into 5th here. Corey LaJoie on the bottom of the racetrack falling a little bit further behind here. He's leading the inside line, but he is way far back from where he probably could have been if he had just hopped into that top line when the opportunity was there. But,
and Harrison Burton actually coming off of the top lane to try to create something down low.
Yeah, so I do have the odds pulled up now, and so it was Joey Logano plus 900, then you had William Byron was plus 1,000, Denny Hamlin plus 1,000, and Blaney was also plus 1,000. Elliott plus 1,100, Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson were tied at plus 1,200 on the odds.
Is this just for race win?
Huh?
Is that for race win?
They were... when I went into NASCAR Fantasy, that's what the odds on the website were.
Well,
So, because that's where I get my odds for the Fantasy Friday videos. I just go into NASCAR.com, same place I go and make my fantasy lineup, and you can sort them by odds.
oh man, Zane Smith uh,
Yeah, Zane
is
Smith way up
up in
there.
the wall. I think he might have a flat tire.
Oh, did he make contact with the wall there? I knew he got
He
close,
made
but
he made contact with the wall.
I thought he
I think
pulled
he
a.
may have a flat tire.
Oh, I just saw sparks out the. Oh yeah, he's definitely got. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a lot of contact with the wall, and yeah, he definitely has a flat tire. I think he had the flat tire. Well, before the second bat of contact, but coming off of turn 2, you said he hit the wall, because I know he got close, and that would explain the cut tire. And yeah, there we go. Now in 1 and 2, and yeah, he's for sure got a tire down. And yep, there's a lot of smoke, and he is gonna limp it to pit road here as he dives to try and make it to the pit road commitment line for the back straightaway. Hopefully that blown tire doesn't drift him up into traffic. Good thing is he's got about a lap or so before the traffic is on top of him again. But Michael McDowell's already back up into 11th place, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm going to embrace my inner Jeff Gordon. Hey, look at this.
Hey, look at what?
Chase Elliott is all the way up to 5th.
Oh, yeah, Chase Elliott all the way up into the top 5 after being part of that group that pit at the end of the... Oh, wait, no, he actually was part of that group who did pit before the end of the stage.
Yeah, but he was also one of the ones that had some good damage in the big one.
Yeah, you can see all the tape on the front end of the car with all the black, just random patches. Well, granted, considering some of the Hendrick schemes this year, it seems like random black patches is a theme. Not sure if you've seen some of, in particular, I think it was Willie Byron had a lot of schemes that just have random patches of black to try and fool the optical scanning station.
Yeah, but at least the black patches match his scheme for this week.
Yeah, for this week, yeah. Well, and those ones are tape. I mean, you didn't intend on having those. I'm talking about intended black patches on Byron schemes. Hamlin up into the top 5. There we go. I think Vegas is starting to breathe a little bit easier seeing some of these favorites entering the top 10. Got McDowell up inside the top 10.
McDowell's got a hot rod.
Oh, yeah, he definitely has a fast car. As he's gone. Oh, he's leading the inside line. He's leading that charge up to the front. And there we go. He now passes Chase Elliott. That's a NASCAR Cup champion. And now in behind Denny Hamlin. So he's led 19 laps on the day. I was kind of surprised that he didn't end up leading lap 1 from the pole after deciding to start behind it, or start with his teammate on his back bumper, but he managed to lead the important lap so far.
Speaking of his teammate, though, like, Todd Gilliland is still leading this thing.
Yep, Todd Gilliland definitely still controlling this one. Looks like chat seems to think Joey Logano is going to find a way to win this one. And honestly, as I said, second place in that outside line seems to be the ideal spot to try and leapfrog past the leader. Potentially he's just waiting to do it at the very end of the stage. He's just going to ride there for 80 laps. Although they can't make this stage on fuel. They're going to have to pit at some point.
Yeah.
Granted, I said that on Saturday. I said that last night, and well, Austin Hill went and proved me wrong. Everybody else proved me right, but Hill proved me wrong.
Yeah, well, not to play spoiler, but Michael McDowell is now challenging for the second spot already.
Yeah, I see him charging through the field here. For me, he's right alongside Chris Buescher right now. But yeah, Blaney back up into that top 10 as well there, and Josh Berry is desperately trying to hold on to 10th right now as Byron is trying to take it from him. So, here we go. Let's see. Could we potentially see... Come on, Todd Gilliland, move down in front of your teammate. The two of you guys can work together and absolutely dominate this race, right? Although, granted, I would actually prefer McDowell to be leading this thing, but there we go. Yep, there goes the 38 down in front of the 34 for a moment, and then he moves back up. guess you saw the momentum coming up top. I'm not sure where that momentum came from, because they were definitely not very well organized up top, if you looked at the push.
Well, that just showcases the power that Joey Logano actually has. He's just being very civil because of the partnership.
Well, and he doesn't want to end up with his own race car torn up like last week.
Oh, yeah.
Especially not at this point in the race. I mean, I know Logano didn't have anything to do with why his car got torn up, but the more passive you can be with your with the opponents at the front of the field, especially when they're manufacturer affiliates, certainly helps to just kind of not be going and wrecking them. But it looks like we're going to commercial break. Not even a side-by-side. As long as we get all of them out the way early, I don't mind having a lot of cautions kind of front-loading it, especially once kind of the leader is actually established.
Yep. Hey, I'll be right back.
Yep. Alright, so we're just chilling out here. We got 7 people hanging out in chat. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. If you guys are, hit the like and subscribe button. And if you guys are new, so yeah, we got me and Jamie are both here calling this race together. And yeah, we are just hanging out. We got a poll in chat. And yeah, right now it's just kind of a matter of kind of wait and see what the when something big is going to happen, because hard to believe that something big isn't going to happen at some point here. But, yep, here we go. Alright, we got that all set. But, yeah. So, just seeing this Wendy's commercial going on. And let's take a quick peek at the fantasy, or at how the fantasy is actually doing right now. Let's see. All right, NASCAR Fantasy Live, running with the Pack Fantasy League, live race results. Here we go. I am 16th place. Are you kidding me? How am I 16th place with a lineup? Well, okay, Eric Jones is absolutely tanking my lineup, I guess. But, yeah. Wow, Warrior's doing pretty well. He's only 1 point shy of the lead in the points right now, because he's got Gilliland and McDowell, and he actually opted to keep Logano in there. Because I know I was out on Logano when I saw that penalty, but he caught about the luckiest break imaginable there, with the caution flag flying on the opening lap. And let's see. Ben sent his lineup. Okay, he's got Larson, McDowell, Kyle Busch, Hamlin, Elliott, and obviously Bell is in his garage because he's going to save the use there. Alright, not bad. Got a couple of good ones. And we are, oh wow, we are fast approaching the 2,600 subscriber mark. Let's go. Be up 100 subscribers in like a month. That'd be amazing. But here we go. We're back from commercial break. Michael McDowell still leading that inside line, but that top line gained quite a bit of power and speed over the last little bit here. Logano able to take back control of the second spot here. Buescher and Burton both challenging for that third spot as well here. Only 2 more drivers out the race. Noah Gragson and Josh Williams have both officially retired from this NASCAR Cup Series race. That is a bummer for Josh Williams. Don't know when his next Cup start will come. But, yeah. So, a bit of a bummer for a part-timer who hasn't had the best of luck in the Xfinity Series. He had an opportunity in a Cup car. So, there we go. Covered that. And, yeah, we are just hanging out. So we're gonna go ahead and flip over to this one while we wait for Jamie to come back. We'll flip back over once Jamie gets back over here, but figure we'll go full screen for that. So here we go. We got Chastain and Byron right now challenging for position. Oh, there we go. Chastain pops to the top, 3 wide around the outside of Chase Elliott. Although I think he's actually going to end up in equal spots, if not worse off, because I didn't really clear Chase Elliott, and Martin Truex Jr. was able to go to the bottom and clear both of them. So there we go. He is going to pass Chase Elliott, and on the outside he does get by Truex. So there we go. He finally nets 1 position gained here. But that one car, he is pushing aggressively to try and make it to the front of the field. There we go. JP in the number 11 pops to the outside here. We got the number 11 of Denny Hamlin looking to the top. McDowell fighting now with Harrison Burton. Oh, wait, no, it's I was saying McDowell's fighting with Burton and Blaney now for that top 3, top 4 spot here. And there we go. McDowell finally able to get in line ahead of Burton. So McDowell is solidly into 4th place. And I believe that is Jamie coming back.
Yes, I mean the camera's doing something weird though. It's not. Do I look sideways to you?
Yeah. You're sideways, or you're in landscape mode for me. And there we go.
Right side up though?
Yeah, you're all.
Am I right side up?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, my camera isn't turning on my side, so I look sideways.
Yeah,
okay, as long as it works on your side, that's all that matters.
Yeah, the only thing I see there is I see a kid.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I see different from earlier, as we got Cindric going around the outside of Kyle Larson trying to make a move there. I was talking with my parents about the penalty, and I think Kyle Larson might have been the only person who would have been excited to get the penalty that Logano got earlier in this race. Considering the story, I'm sure you've probably heard it 100 times, right, Jamie, about how Larson, as a kid, always liked to start from the back, so he actually had people to pass.
Yep, that's just cockiness on a whole new level.
Well, is it cockiness, or is it just it's more fun to go ahead and actually even just be running in behind people? Although, granted, you do a lot more running out front than I do when it comes to racing video games. So, in the real race, we got Keselowski's moved up into the top 10 here, into the top 5 even. Keselowski, you probably could have won in the 6 car last year if you had just listened to me on this exact stream last year. All I said was you had to make 1 block on Logano. You had 7 attempts to make that block. You didn't make it at all, and you lost the race on a late race pass by Logano.
Speaking of Logano, Joey Logano has now taken over the lead from Ty Gilliland.
Yeah, here we go, coming down the back straightaway. And as I said, he was going to wait until closer to pit stop time. We got about 20 laps before we expect to see cars potentially coming to pit road here. And Logano makes that leapfrog move. The question is, will Gilliland go and make the leapfrog right back to go and try and pass him? Probably not, because there is a lap car here. But, they're showing the RFK cars who have both moved up into 3rd and 4th, respectively, here. And that is Tyler Reddick that they are going and passing right now. So, we got ourselves a pretty good race, though, going on. Again, 40 laps.
Yeah, got some 3 wide action going on. And they all seem to got the stability in their cars a little bit better now, so that's going to make some even better racing.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of time as well to kind of work out what they really have in their cars, and we're about to have a really interesting battle for second here. We're about to have Front Row Motorsports versus Roush Fenway Keselowski, who, for the longest time, those 4 cars essentially acted as one 4-car team. Especially at the plate tracks. and now they're
Yeah,
both.
Brad Keselowski is my pick for the race too.
Oh, you had Keselowski for your pick for the race. I can't
Yep.
remember who I picked for my pick. No, I'm sure Greg has my official pick written down.
No, Andrew, don't touch that.
But yeah, starting to think maybe I should have taken McDowell, considering everything that's going on. Not to mention, say at that point I don't know if I'd actually connected the dots on the. I just saw them showing the replay of the wreck from the 500, and I thought that it might be it. I thought they were cutting to something from today, but then I realized it was dark, and it's like, no, it's not dark yet. I know it gets dark early, but it's not dark yet in Atlanta. I'd be concerned if it was dark already. And hey, speaking of the leapfrog move, there goes Todd Gilliland. He's going to be now battling with Logano for the lead. Looks like.
Yep, and he's got his teammate right behind him.
Yep. So the front row motorsports cars. I would check this off right now. The front row motorsports cars have beaten the Roush Fenway cars, because they were lined up. Gilliland was lined up side by side with Buescher, while McDowell was lined up side by side with Keselowski there, and they were just able to power right past them.
Yeah.
So I would declare that victory at this point in the totally imaginary RFK versus front row war. Because totally, those two teams went to war.
Nope, don't touch the cups, Andrew. Are you waving hi?
There we go.
Say hello, baby. Say hello.
There we go. That size a little bit better. There we go. So we're still at a commercial break, so you guys aren't. Well, we're all kind of missing whatever's happening right now, and it looks like Gilliland and McDowell might have run out of a little bit of steam there. Head in the Clouds just mentioned that he has the same remote for his kids, but the kid definitely still wants the real remote.
Yep. Conveniently, it looks just like our actual TV remote, so he thinks that he can control the TV with it.
Yep. Has he started doing the thing where he's hitting left and right, pretending that he's controlling the cars on the track with the TV remote, or not yet? Or was that just a me thing that did that?
Not yet, but there has been times in the past where people thought Jamie was coming out on our races, but it was just Andrew coming up and smacking my steering wheel.
Yep.
And causing me to dive bomb a little bit.
Fun. So.
You want to go play? Go play.
Oh, McDowell all the way back down to 9th. Not sure what happened to McDowell. We're going to have to wait and see when they come back from commercial break here. But, yeah, McDowell is down to 9th place. Todd Gilliland's still up into 2nd.
Oh, I was about to ask if...
it doesn't the entire line didn't run out of steam, but you got Chastain and Larson are up in the mix where we haven't seen them before. I'm starting to wonder if they might have managed to find a gap between McDowell and Gilliland and just jumped into that gap, and now McDowell's just pushing them instead of his teammate, because he wants to help the line at least. And they're showing an ad for that Martinsville race weekend. Also, I gotta say, I think that Xfinity Series burnout from John Hunter Nemechek has got to be the coolest burnout I've seen in a while.
It's up there. Yeah, it's up there.
Where he burns it down and then literally burns it down. Certainly making sure that they can't inspect anything in the rear end of that car.
He took the Seth Rollins theme song literally.
Yep. But here we go. We're back from commercial break, and we got Logano, Gilliland, Blaney, and it looks like just Gilliland hopped into the top line, but McDowell didn't, and the bottom line just evaporated behind him. So now he's got Larson on his front end here, and he's going to try and push him. But here we go. Briscoe up the inside. Briscoe taking McDowell through, and that's going to hurt McDowell's finishing here even more. But now you got a couple of other fast forwards heading to the bottom of the racetrack. You got Keselowski, you got Blaney down there. And, yeah, right now it's definitely a McDowell. Yep, here we go. They just put Todd Gilliland in the middle. I think these teams have realized they need to cycle these fast front row Motorsports forwards out of here. As they've gone and put him 3 wide, and he's in the middle of the racetrack, and he's back to 9th, 10th place now. And here we go, Buescher around the outside. He's going to try and take the lead. Buescher leads at the line. But, yeah, Todd Gilliland definitely just got taken advantage of. And here we go, Austin Cindric around the outside. Cindric and Burton making something work all the way up at the very top of the racetrack here. But, yeah, right now, Logano moves down to the bottom of the racetrack. Chastain now up to 2nd here. There's a lot of shuffling around of the field. Just not a lot of it's making much of any sense as to why some of these drivers are going and making the moves that they are. Although, granted, Chastain being involved tells you that it's not going to make any sense.
Like I'm not going to complain because I like seeing the aggressive nature, but with still 45 to go in the stage, it's weird seeing these drivers get super aggressive all of a sudden.
Well, they've gone 55 laps. The pit window is somewhere between 60 to somewhere between 65-70, and as we saw in last night's race, sometimes those windows can be way off because last night's I think was somewhere between 65 and 72, if I remember the pit window correctly, and they went 85.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go. So. Yeah, Logano and Keselowski have both been out there for 61 laps, so they're starting to enter that window of potentially running out of fuel. And the Fords last night were the worst on fuel mileage, so potentially that might carry over to the Cup Series, although I know these the Xfinity and Cup cars are so different nowadays. Also, McDowell's back at 16th place after getting shoved in the middle line. They went and put McDowell and Gilliland both in the middle of 3 wide to try and send them as far back as humanly possible. Seems like they knew the power of the front row car. So here we go. Gilliland hanging on to a top 10 spot for now, and Michael McDowell hanging on to about 15th. And they're showing the throttle at 100% wide open, but last night they were showing that too, and I never considered the fact that they were at full throttle with the way they were racing. But there we go. Todd Gilliland's gotten out in front of 3 wide behind him here. 7th place for Gilliland as they continue to shuffle around here. 42 laps to go in the race. So 42 laps to go. And so the driver's officially out this race. Zane Smith has officially joined the list of drivers out of this race. So Zane Smith is out. You're on mute if you didn't notice. And he dropped it. There we go.
Yeah, I definitely didn't notice.
Okay, I saw you talking, so I assumed you were trying to talk, but...
Yeah, what I was saying was that just means that whatever caused that flat tire obviously was something more than just a flat tire.
Well, I'm wondering if the tire being down and trying to limp it for as long as he had to get back to pit road might have torn something up. I mean, trying to remember who it was during the big one that had a tire down. I think it was Bowman had a tire down that was kind of tearing apart that entire front end. So, I mean, it could have been something like that occurring as we're getting ready to go to commercial break, it looks like. Are we at least going to get Fox side by side this time? Nope. This would be a great time for
No,
Fox side by
no.
side because I think we're going to see pit stops happening here potentially during the caution, or not during the caution, but during the commercial break here. Seriously,
Yeah,
hope
maybe
we.
check my NASCAR at see if anybody's coming down pit road.
Yep. Also, remember, you only got till the end of stage 2 to go ahead and change up your fantasy lineup. So go ahead and make sure you've everybody in chat. If you guys play the NASCAR fantasy game, make sure you guys check your lineups. I don't know. And say last time I checked the scores, Jamie, you were at the top, or you were second place on the leaderboard. So I don't think you need to make any changes. You dropped to third. Actually, I mean, I guess depending on how you want to do it, I mean, Kyle Busch and Cindric have both earned the same amount of points, but Busch right now is running 15th and Cindric's in 8th and in position to potentially earn some more stage points that might offset it. Getting live fantasy advice from during the stream.
Kyle Busch for another week.
Yep.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and then you got Christopher Bell over Bowman. I think anybody probably could have made that guess, and everybody I think is going to end up being wrong on that one. Although, granted, Bowman and Bell are both still on track.
They are.
They're both significantly down, but they are definitely still on track here.
What's the position?
32nd and 34th. I mean, you can't change that now at this point, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well. Ugh.
Yeah, the only drivers out of the race so far, I believe, are Josh Williams, Zane Smith, and Noah Gragson. I believe those are the only 3 drivers that are officially out of the race.
Yep, and Brad Keselowski is up to 3rd.
Yep, and Keselowski versus Logano is another one of those feature matchups from the bottom section.
That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, looking at those ones, 1st and 3rd there for Logano versus Keselowski. Now 4th, technically, depending on where you go and at what point you look at the scoring leaderboard. But that is a lot of Penske Fords, and here we go. Reddick going another lap down here. And I believe that's Christopher Bell. They're about to go in lap as well. Yep, there goes Christopher Bell going another lap down, going all the way down the apron.
Yep, Logano, and it looks like Cindric.
Yeah, that's Blaney. Blaney's ugly body armor car. Or at least I'm not a fan of it.
I keep thinking that it's the
discount tire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks similar to Cindric.
Yeah. He's running the yellow car today, the Menards scheme, but weird to think that those two came all by themselves. The other Fords didn't join in on this pit stop run. And they're doing gas only. They're not
call.
Well, then why didn't Cindric pit? He was in the front pack with the other two.
True.
Did he get left out of that deal?
He may have.
Also, Burton was also in the mix there too, so that's another. I mean, the Wood brothers have a closer affiliation and a much more long-standing affiliation with Penske compared to, say, the front row cars, which I wouldn't necessarily been surprised to see them get left out of a pit strategy deal.
Yeah, I think Blaney may have just got told too late.
You mean Cindric got told too late?
Yeah.
Because Blaney definitely didn't get told too late. He made it.
With them. And
yet here comes Cindric all by himself this time.
Yep. Yep, I think he just got told too late.
Yeah, but I mean, why pit now though
That's
by
gonna hurt.
yourself? I mean, I think you're better off at that point to call the audible and just run in the pack and pit when the next group pits, rather than pitting all by yourself one lap later. Oh, I think he kind of got blocked down there by Larson. I think he just decided his safest out was to go all the way down the apron and figured that it would be better to pit now. We'll see if he can stay on the lead lap and or if he can pick up his teammates. But you just lose so much time on this new longer pit road that, I mean, pitting is an absolute death knell here. Comparatively.
Yep, RFK going down pit road, along with Chastain.
All right, so I'm checking my lineup for the NASCAR for like the NBC Beat the Broadcasters one. And my lineup, I went a little bit differently. I went basically all forward on this one. So I've got Gilliland, Buescher, Briscoe, Blaney, Keselowski, and McDowell. Who do I bench? Oh, and here we go. We got the RFK cars came last time, and now we got a mix of Joe Gibbs and Chevy and Ford.
Oh boy, I'm not going to say it, but oh boy.
Corey LaJoie has stayed out. Corey LaJoie and Ty Gibbs are both out there 80 laps since their last pit stop.
A big mistake has been made, Ryan.
Let me guess. Denny Hamlin speeding on pit road.
I'll wait for you to call it.
Oh, nope. Yep, there it is. Michael McDowell. Come on. No. No. Actually, his car doesn't look like it's got any visible damage, at least. Hopefully, we'll see if it can drive straight. You know, say they stayed green, which I find extremely surprising. But, yeah, that's a bummer there. McDowell getting caught up in that one. Well, I guess that makes that decision easy. I can leave McDowell in the garage there, I guess. But, yeah, right now, Bubba Wallace, Stenhouse, Corey LaJoie, some of the last couple of guys to not pit. Ryan Preece, the fourth driver. Only 4 drivers left who have yet to pit here. Alright, so here we go. And there we go, yep. There goes LaJoie, Stenhouse. Is Bubba Wallace on this one? They're say the 34, they're still looking at that. They're still looking that car over. Hopefully there's no long-term damage there. But, yeah, okay, let's see the... Oh, yeah, it was just wheel hopping. Yeah, that was 100% McDowell's fault there. But, yeah, he just wheel hopped it as he was getting slowed down. So, yeah, definitely McDowell's fault.
That made my decision to put Kyle Busch back in my lineup.
And bench McDowell?
Yep.
That's just for me.
Is that your rice cake?
Let's say, there we go. Bubba finishing up his pit stop along with Ryan Preece finishing up theirs. And Austin Cindric is going to shift out to be the race leader here. He's leading the Penske group.
Yeah.
So, potentially that late pit stop.
I
don't know what was necessarily different about it, but he manages to get out ahead of it. Maybe it was just faster actually on pit road, but Austin Cindric, race leader.
Yeah, so far that seems to be the
and McDowell's right in the mix with them. He's just a lap down, which hopefully he should be in position for the free pass, I believe.
Yep, hopefully he doesn't have a lot of damage.
Well, and that's where we're going to see, hopefully, as this stage comes to an end. He might be able to rate, if he can. I would like to see McDowell try and race the Penske cars to see what kind of car he still has. Because he's running right with them. He's got the speed to run with them. It's just a matter of can he go up there and actually pass them. And what kind of car does he have if he ends up leading. And there we go. Now we get our first Fox NASCAR side-by-side there for the commercial break. At least we get this for the within 20 laps to go to the stage 2 finish. Let me see. Is he 1 lap down? Yes, Mike McDowell is the first car 1 lap down. So as long as he stays 1 lap behind the race, he should be able to maintain it. He does have to race William Byron for the free pass. William Byron's the other driver.
I don't know if you caught it, but something's going on with Bubba Wallace's car.
Yeah, he's coming back down pit road.
He just came down pit road a second time.
Yeah, not sure what the issue there would be. I'm not sure if Will said anything in chat. Because I know he listens to the 23 radio more than anybody else. Even Bubba, probably. But here we go. The 45 coming off pit road as well. Well, at least McDowell stayed in the mix.
Yeah, I'm asking Will right now what's going on with Bubba.
Yeah, I need to get my phone checked out at the at the repair place tomorrow because I can't get my phone to go on mute with the little button on the switch on the side of it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible now that the kids are awake. Don't want a ton of background noise affecting their stream.
No worries. Oh, uncontrolled tire violation, but they didn't take tires. What? How'd they get an uncontrolled tire violation with a gas and only pit stop?
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, McDowell seems to be.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I wanted
there
to say he can definitely run with them. The biggest thing and the thing I want to see is how is he at passing potentially. Now, if Byron's right there, maybe you don't try and experiment too much with your passing because if you do get passed, you want to make sure that you still get your free pass. But if you have the ability, I would like to see him try and lead a line here and just see what he can do. But Team Penske absolutely controlling this stage finish here.
Yeah, you know what?
No, the question is, are they going to let Cindric win this stage to help boost his morale, or is Logano or Blaney going to try and snatch it away at the last moment?
You know what? I'm reinserting McDowell because I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Okay, you're putting him back in and taking out Busch, I'm assuming?
Yep.
All right.
This just has a Ford feel.
Yeah, the Fords at the front of the field definitely controlling the race a lot more than than Logano and Kyle Busch did last week. Oh, it's speeding for Bubba. Uncontrolled tires on the 43. Courtesy of that.
Oh, gotcha.
23 speeding, the 34 involved in a wreck, and then the 34 with an uncontrolled tire.
Yeah.
Man, what happened to that team? Even though I know none of those drivers are technically teammates.
Oh,
yeah, look, that speeding penalty list. Ross Chastain, Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, Ricky Stenhouse, and BJ McLeod.
Yep, a lot of speeding penalties
all the more reason
there.
to take Busch out of my lineup.
Yep, Busch just kind of shooting himself in the foot there. And Kyle Busch was actually right near that wreck. I thought originally when you said that you wanted to see my reaction, I thought you were going to say something about Kyle Busch getting wrecked or something entering pit road.
Yeah, no, it's just
But no, it was
it's
McDowell.
a day that Michael McDowell's been having.
Yeah. His best day of his career, probably, aside from Indy last year, I would say. So, yeah, here we go. 11 laps to go in stage number 2. Now it's going to be 10 to go. 10 more times around. Alright. There we go. Oh, I just saw the, just took a look at the chat because I had it minimized for a moment, but, Head in the Clouds is wondering how the wreck with McDowell was not a caution, and I think pretty much everybody is wondering that same question. I mean, I guess the thing was that the thing didn't lay any debris, and nobody actually took significant contact, so I guess that's why it wasn't a caution. Whether or not
it all happened like below the race line, and nobody slid up into the race line. So
yeah, but I mean, you had more cars on entrance to pit road there than you did on the racetrack. Let's be honest.
yeah, that is true.
Because you had pretty much half the field at that point all coming into pit road, having to drive around the spun race cars. But here we go, 8 laps to go, and you still got the three Penske Fords out in front. McDowell has slid a little bit further back out. Is he still the free pass? That's going to be the important one here. Let's see. Is McDowell still free pass here? First car 1 lap down is Michael McDowell and Kyle Busch are fighting for it. Are you kidding me? How much more stereotypical could you get? I mean, what? Is Stenhouse going to join the fight for that free pass as well? I'm trying to think of what else in this race could try and make that a much more conflicted battle. But yeah, I tend to favor McDowell over Kyle Busch when I'm rooting, mainly because I know Kyle will have
Busch
other shots.
Is 2 laps down.
He's 2
Michael
down?
McDowell is the only car lap down.
Okay. It said that Kyle, Bubba, and Byron were all only 1 lap down a moment ago when I checked the leaderboard. So I don't know if they all just lost another lap. Did they all just get lapped or something again? Maybe it's a glitch. Regardless, as long as McDowell gets a free pass here, I will be A-okay.
Maybe it was a glitch. Okay, never mind. Yeah, just refresh. So.
And here we go. Yep, there goes Logano trying to snatch away hope from his teammate there at the last minute. 4 laps to go, and Logano takes the lead from Cindric here. And here goes Cindric trying to repay the favor to Logano. See if he can go ahead and take the lead back and earn this stage win now. And here we go, diving down. They're working their way around here. Penske 1, 2, 3 once again here. And you got Martin Truex Jr. re-entering the conversation here at the front of the field. Like, this race definitely, it feels like it should be a super speedway, although it definitely has a lot more kind of, it feels like the typically faster drivers do tend to have better success at this track than, say, Daytona or Talladega. And you certainly don't see a third lane appear nearly as frequently as you would at Daytona or Talladega. But here we go. Logano down to the bottom to try. Oh, yeah, there we go. Everybody trying to fight for those spots here. Logano went down to the bottom to block the run from that inside line. You got Blaney now in behind Larson, and here we go. 1 lap to go. Final lap of stage number 1, or sorry, stage 2 here. Stage 2. And here we go. You got Cindric. Oh, and no! Joey Logano got wrecked by Chris Buescher. Denny Hamlin also involved.
Uh-huh.
And there we go.
RFK starts again.
Yellow flag flies, and Cindric will win the stage. And the Joey Logano fans are upset.
And furthers along the rivalry between RFK and Penske.
So, I'm starting to think I should have taken Logano out of my lineup. Actually, wait a minute. Is there time? Is there time to go ahead and do it before they go and lock the thing? Because I know it locks at stage 2 and NASCAR, this is a bad time to make me re-sign into my account. Yes, they're really testing my finger skills to see how quick I can log into a account. Luckily, I got autofill for my password and fantasy. Get Logano. Oh wait, Logano's not in my lineup. I forgot. I didn't put him in because he didn't win the pole. I don't even have to worry about taking Logano out of my lineup. Anybody else who did might have had to try and rush. Did you manage to get Logano out of your lineup before it locked, or no? Or are you still that unconfident in Kyle Busch? But here we go. Under caution flag for the end of stage number 2. You got Cindric, Cindric, Larson.
I was not lucky enough.
Blaney, Daniel Suarez aiming up to 4th place there. Martin Truex Jr. 5th. Todd Gilliland getting 6th. 7th, Brad Keselowski. 8th was Harrison Burton. 9th, Chase Briscoe. And 10th was Chase Elliott. So, there we go. That was a caution. That's what, the 2nd caution for contact today? Or 3rd? 3rd caution for contact today. Unless I'm completely forgetting about one. Oh yeah, that was 4th. 4th caution for contact.
Yep. And with that, Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and hop off here now the kids are awake.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of the race.
I'll still be in the chat having fun with everybody else.
All right. Well, thank you for joining in for the bit of the race you did.
Yeah, man. Look forward to it.
And look forward to talking with you on the Lap Down podcast later this week.
Yes, sir.
And say, for
you
anyone
can
who
check it
doesn't
out
know,
on Spotify on Thursdays.
Yep. So for anyone who doesn't know about that, Jamie and I, we are both part of the Lap Down podcast. The link to the YouTube channel is down below in the description. Yeah, so Jamie's going to be hopping off here, and we will be going back to a solo cast here for the final stage. So have fun with your family.
I will. Take care, man.
Yep. So there we go. And back to full screen. There we go. So that was fun. We had a little bit of a back and forth there. And, oh yeah, I gotta end the poll for stage 2. So, Logano was everybody's pick for the end of stage 2, and RFK said no. So, there we go. Yeah, we tried to save his fantasy there. Alright, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and mute my Discord now that I'm not chatting with somebody. So it's not going bing, 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 bing. But, yep. Alright, we are back from commercial break, and we are getting to see a little bit more of this contact here. Let's see. So, yeah, Logano just drifted right up the track and right into Buescher. That wasn't even Buescher's fault. Buescher was just wrong place, wrong time as Joey Logano drifted up the track and right into him. Good job, Logano. Yeah, Joey Logano goes and just cleans himself out along with a couple of other cars involved there. But yeah, we are all set and ready here. So we actually have a decent amount of people hanging out in chat here. But alright. So Logano, let's see, is he actually out the race, or is he gonna try and limp around at the back of the field with a couple of the other guys from the first wreck? Because we know the 45 and the 20 are both multiple laps down. They have been limping around to try and get to the end of this race. So here we go. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, Reddick is 16 laps down. Christopher Bell is 45 laps down. So he could limp around at the back of the field and try and gain some spots. Michael McDowell gets the free pass, assuming he wasn't involved in that wreck, which I did not see him involved. And that's not me being a biased Kyle Busch fan. Hey, Caroline, how's it going? All right, so yeah, we've had 450 people tuning in throughout the day. Thank you guys for everybody that's tuned in. And again, we are climbing towards that 1,600 number, and definitely looking forward to hitting the next milestone here. So, yeah, involved in wreck on lap 160. That was Denny Hamlin, Chris Buescher, and Logano. Currently, that's the wreck they're cleaning up for, and that wreck ended the stage. So, McDowell gets his free pass. He should be back on lead lap now. Okay, there we go. Hey, Ernest, how's it going? So, yeah, Kyle Busch was involved in a incident late in the first stage, I believe it was, and then he ended up shooting himself in the foot with a speeding penalty. Quick overview: there was a big wreck on lap 1, which saved Joey Logano's day because he incurred a penalty because of his gloves. But yeah, that big wreck ended up taking out guys like Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick out of contention for the race, along with a dozen or so other cars that got bits and pieces of the damage in that wreck. Michael McDowell was able to drive away and win stage 1 after a fierce battle between himself, Kyle Busch, and a few other drivers in the mix there. And here we go. We got cars coming down onto pit road. Trying to think of what happened next. Let me go ahead and actually pull up the thing. So yeah, so you had the big wreck there. Then you had again Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson swapping the leads there. Chris Buescher had a solo spin that brought out a caution. Denny Hamlin made contact with Kyle Busch. So that was the incident, and it was late in the first stage when that happened. Spinning Denny Hamlin around. No serious damage for Kyle Busch, but the speeding penalty later definitely did him in. That led to a one-lap dash for stage 1 where McDowell was able to win it. Then Todd Gilliland took the lead of the race to start stage 2. Him and the Penske's ran up front for a while. Green flag pit stops began, with the Penske cars coming down pit road first. Ultimately, Michael McDowell and William Byron tangled on pit road. And there we go. Todd Gilliland back to the top of the board as they are racing off pit road here. So Gilliland, Keselowski, Elliott, Hamlin, the top 4. Suarez comes out 5th. Burton, Blaney, Truex, LaJoie, and Cindric are your top 10 currently. But yeah, so they tangled on entrance to the pits, but they managed to keep it green. And again, McDowell getting the free pass. He will be able to be in the mix for this next restart. But yeah, Josh Berry, Ross Chastain, and BJ McLeod were all called for speeding on the pit stop, along with Stenhouse, Bubba Wallace, and Kyle Busch also speeding on that green flag stop. Eric Jones got an uncontrolled tire penalty as well. And then the wreck that we are currently under a caution for, which was Joey Logano running up the track and shoving Chris Buescher and into the wall as well. And there we go. That is a very brief and attempted recap of the race so far. But I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing pretty good here. So there we go. Head in the clouds. You put a bet on Toyota to win. Well, let's go over the Toyotas that aren't winning today. Christopher Bell, 45 laps down. Tyler Reddick, I believe he's still only 16 laps down. Denny Hamlin's just involved in that last crash, although he's still ranked up there in the mix along with Martin Truex Jr. So I would say you're not completely out of it, but you got a lot less chances to win than you did at the beginning of the day. Let's see. Who else do we have for Toyota? You got John Hunter Nemechek in 15th. And then you got Bubba Wallace, who's one lap down, who's going to be racing for the free pass. So you got... Oh, and you got Ty Gibbs. So you got, 4 Toyotas on the lead lap? I mean, not terrible odds. You got a sinus infection? Yeah, those are never fun. Alright, so there we go. We've recapped the race up to this point. We got 11 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's coming hanging out here. We had a friend of mine pop in for the second stage there, but ultimately he had to hop off. But we had some good discussions there, and yeah, we were getting ready for the. Okay, come on. What? All right. Okay, why is that not moving what I need it to move? Okay, so that looks to be the one I need to be changing here. Alright, there we go. Keep that a little bit wider, and there we go. Alright, so there we go. Got that all done, and just waiting for the pit stops to fully cycle around so I can go ahead and get the final poll up here. But, yeah, Joey Logano, he was steadily building up to the front of the field all day. He started out back, and now he's definitely out the race, so that is going to be a big hit for him. Let's see, is he officially out, though? Alright, he is now 8 laps behind the race, so he's out of contention to win, that's for sure. I don't know for sure if he's out the race. I have not seen him climb out of his car. They're going through the ones to watch. They got Keselowski as the first one. Todd Gilliland's been doing amazing, driving that number 38 car. He's back up to the lead of the race. Alright, so here we go. Let's go ahead and start up the poll. Who will win stage... Or who will win the race? Alright, let's go with Todd Gilliland, Brad Keselowski, and do we want Chase Elliott or Denny Hamlin? Let's go ahead and add Denny Hamlin onto the list. I know I normally do top 3, but let's shake it up a little bit. We haven't had much for Toyota representation on the poll today. So there we go, and other. There's the poll. Go ahead and vote. Let us know who you guys think's going to win this race at the end of it. But let's go ahead and now move this chat box over here so I can read chat. Oh, wait, actually, no, I need to move the closed chat. I want to move this over here so I can see my leaderboard. There we go. Got converted back over for solo cast, and here we go. Alright, so we are ready for the restart here. Lights are off atop the pace car here. It is Keselowski on the outside, Todd Gilliland, the control car here on the inside line. Corey LaJoie up into the top 10. There we go. Nearly won this race a couple years ago. And let's see what we got. Alright, so Suarez, Blaney, Burton. We got some good names up there. Kaz Grala, who got his way into the Daytona 500 last week, ends up driving a chartered car, so we didn't have to worry about getting bumped out this week, although nobody got sent home in qualifying because we didn't have enough cars. But here we go. Lap 170. We're getting ready for the green flag. And here we go. So it's cooled off about 2 degrees, and the track temp is down about 15 degrees. That is a lot of it. And here we go. Pace car dives for cover. It is running away, and we are green, green, green. Green flag's out. We're back to racing, and let's see how long we go before we get our first caution. So here we go. Michael McDowell's teammate, Todd Gilliland, out here leading the race. You got Denny Hamlin. And say that inside line is just way better formed up here early on. And oh, yep, there we go. We got our first move 3 wide to the outside. McDowell back in 22nd place here. Appears to be the last car on the lead lap here after serving a penalty for pitting outside the box there. Alright, so here we go. Let's see. So, again, Blaney is trying to get up here to second place. You got Gilliland, who's kind of just playing the Pied Piper here. He's blocking both lanes. Try and do what he can to try and keep them side by side, because the more they are side by side, the better off it is, and the less chance of a run that can actually pass Todd Gilliland will appear. But, yeah, so you got Keselowski and Elliott, both in orange cars there, a little bit further back. But, yeah, so, there we go. We are settled in, getting ready for this one. And, oh, we got a yellow flag. We got a yellow. What's the yellow for? And, let's see. We got Hamlin. We got, what's it going to be? Waiting to see this yellow. Please tell me it's not going to be McDowell involved. Don't be McDowell, don't be Gilliland. Just keep those two safe, and we should be good. Say, especially if Kyle Busch and Stenhouse are battling for the free pass. How are my guys fighting for the free pass on both of these times? Kyle Busch missed it last time, so I guess we'll root for Kyle Busch to get the free pass here as the caution flag again. We know it's coming out, we just don't know what it's for here. As Kyle Busch, just muscles his way past muscles his way past Chase Elliott there and spins out Kaz Grala. I don't know if they're gonna rule. They may rule him as being involved in this caution because he was muscling his way up through the field when he got when the caution came out, and the caution was partially due to him moving people out the way. So I'm curious to see what they end up ruling. But here we go. Let's see the replay again, and maybe I can give you a better idea as to whether or not they're going to rule him as causing the yellow. I think he definitely caused it. I don't think he did it intentionally, but I think without the 8 car moving his way through the field like that, I think he absolutely, I think the 15 car hangs on to that. So, I would say Kyle Busch doesn't get the free pass, which I believe standard operating procedure would be that there is just no free pass given out, which is unfortunate that it isn't given to the next best driver, because next best driver would be also one of my guys. Alright, so here we go. So again, I mean, they threw that caution really early for the spin there. I'm not really sure why. I mean, I know why, obviously. He spun in the middle of the pack, but he actually, for the most part, stayed. But yeah, you also can see, based on where Kyle is on the inside line, that he moves up the track as well. So, yeah, again, I would rule that Kyle Busch does not get the free pass, and that, isn't biased, because that's against my guy. But, let's see. They're still talking about Kyle Busch. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing him going for the free pass here. We're going to have to wait and see. Ty Gilliland's pit crew here is getting suited up and ready for this one. And here we go. Let's see. Who else coming down pit road here? But, yeah, they're outside the window to make it to the end of the race by most conventional strategy here. But theoretically, I mean, based on what we saw last night, these fuel windows can be off. Say the fuel window is 60 to 70 laps. And, yeah, here we go. Ryan Blaney, the first car on pit road. And they are giving Kyle Busch the free pass. Kyle Busch is going to receive the free pass. Looks like Chase Elliott also joins him down pit road. Cindric, Blaney, and Ty Gibbs also following him down pit road. And I'm assuming pretty much the rest of the field from there would be on pit road as well. So, there we go. Those guys coming down pit road. I don't think it's going to make a massive difference based on where they were running. The 7 of LaJoy is part of that group that comes to pit road here. And, yeah, we got ourselves a pretty good race going on here. Let's see. So, some fuel-only stops there for Blaney. For Elliott, you got Cindric there getting his car fueled up. And we are ready to go. 83 laps to go here. Oh, there goes McDowell. McDowell coming to pit road, getting fuel only. He's going to just stop, gas up, and see what he can do at the end. I'm curious to see if these drivers who are pitting right now, if some of them might try and stretch this all the way from here to the checker. It'll be a long stretch, but they could do it, I think. As I say, after what we saw last night, I'm not going to assume anything about the fuel windows here. I hope we don't see fuel saving like that, but hey, if it happens, it better lead to a McDowell victory. Otherwise, I will definitely not be the happiest camper. And they're going to commercial break. I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back, guys. still not back from caution, or from commercial break. So here we go. All right, so Todd Gilliland's got 2 Toyotas right behind him. So head in the clouds. Your bet is definitely not looking too bad. If you're still hanging out in here, you do have 2 Toyotas in the top 3. And I say behind that, it looks kind of lonely in terms of Toyotas here. Oh. Uh-oh, weather's coming? No, you're not going to end this that way, NASCAR. Come on. No, the weather has stayed away for so long. Alright, here we go. We got 12 people hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody, and they've doubled up. Lights are off in the pace car. We're going back racing. So we are going back racing, and so, all right, somebody ended up with the penalty there for passing through too many pit boxes. I did not catch which driver that was. Let me see if I can catch it on the lap by lap comparison stuff. So kylebusch got the free pass. That is, again, I don't think that's the right call, but it's the call they made, so fair point. All right, let's see. No update as to which car that was, So kylebusch 23rd. He is going to be the tail end of the lead lap here on the restart. So only 23 cars on the lead lap here. 80 laps to go when we go green. And the weather is actually looking decent. But I have a buddy at the track who is hinting that the rain may be on the way. So let's just hope we don't see this race get extended too long, because we're now through stage number 2. We're over halfway. This race will be official. Green, 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 green flags out. We're back to racing. And let's see, can Todd Gilliland hold off the fast Toyotas behind him here? And I say, Todd Gilliland, if he could win the first race for the number 38 for that team, that would be cool to go ahead and see that one win. Especially if McDowell can't get up there to see the other front row car get the win. I'd be happy. But here we go. So Todd Gilliland was able to win the battle between the Toyotas. He's gotten out clear in front. Martin Truex Jr. also able to get clear out in front. So now they are both going to potentially try and start blocking both lanes to try and see if they can make something happen to try and pass the 38. Problem is, almost everybody behind the 2 Toyotas. You got Briscoe Ford, Keselowski Ford. Then you do have 3 Chevys, which don't really have an allegiance to one or the other. Then you got a bunch more Fords and nothing for Toyotas throughout the rest of the top 20. Oh no, John Henry Nemechek in 19th was also a Toyota. But yeah. And here we go. Martin Truex Jr. is able to muscle his way back in front of the 38 here after help from the 14 of Chase Briscoe. So there we go. So we're averaging about 7 laps per caution here. So 1 caution could potentially make this could get the guys who are close on fuel all the way there, but I don't know. Again, it's just kind of a big question mark at this point as to what do you do for the strategy here. Todd Gilliland moving up the track, trying to make something happen at the top. Let's see. Alright, here we go. So we got Truex, you got Briscoe on the inside here trying to keep up, but I don't know about this strategy here. Alright, here we go. Let's see. We got 76 laps to go. Gilliland has worked his way back up to second, and here we go. There goes the leapfrog move that we've seen a few times today. You dive up the inside, entering turn 3. You leapfrog over your teammate or whoever's in first. And, yeah, you make a nice, easy pass and hope that they don't go and do the same thing back to you into turn 1. Alright, here we go, here we go. So, Kyle Larson back up inside the top 5 here. He's trying to make himself a contender for the win. But, yeah, right now, though, definitely the win radar here is going to be on a... But, here we go. Let's see. And there goes MTJ. Passes Todd Gilliland right back using that same method. And say the leapfrog method definitely it's effective. And here we go into turn 3. Here we go. Gilliland, and that's time Truex moves down the track with him to avoid the But yeah, here we go. Let's see. So we go to commercial break. Side by side commercial. We got Logano, or not Logano, we got Larson trying to make something happen there on the top side. I believe Denny Hamlin is working with him. And oh, somebody's in the fence, and it's not going to bring out a caution, but whoever it was scraped the fence pretty decently there. And now it's Larson up to second here. Todd Gilliland barely holding on to third. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, still did not get a great picture as to who the car in the back was that scraped the fence. But, yeah. So 71 laps to go here. The question is, so it looks like it was potentially Justin Haley that got shoved into the fence there. Alright, here we go. So Ty Gilliland, he's gotten back to the lead here. He's controlling the race, but it's very close. You got an Xfinity, you got a Xfinity champion like Martin Truex Jr. You got a Cup champ, well actually a Cup champion in Truex. You got a Cup champion in Larson. You got Denny Hamlin, who was a multi-time Super Speedway winner. Yeah, here comes Kyle Busch. Where is he? I see him. Oh yeah, he's up to 13th. Okay, Kyle Busch is making the charge there. Michael McDowell up to 15th. Let's go. So yeah, a couple of these drivers are starting to make charges here through the field. I originally thought I saw him on the inside, but no, that was Chase Elliott in the 9. But yeah, that's always a weird thing about Atlanta is that they always have kind of different paint schemes, which made it a really fun follow-up to the Daytona 500 because a lot of teams got to rep a different company the week after the 500. Alright, so here we go. Elliott, again, he's just storming his way to the front. Here we go. Larson making the move. He knows he has to get by, Todd Gilliland before the real Fords get here. Although I would say that the front row motorsports cars should be part of that. The real Ford group at this point is just typically when you're thinking of the when you say the Fords are coming, usually you're not scared of the front row cars. All right, here we go. I'm say the battle for the lead is gridlocked right now, but hopefully Ty Gilliland can maybe, there we go, he gets the logjam cleared up, but Larson out in the lead. But yeah, Kyle Busch definitely making his way through this field. I just don't know how fast he's going to move through the top 10 because he's kind of locked up there. we go. Let's see. We got Hamlin versus Keselowski a little bit further back. Let's say Kyle Busch seems like he just kind of he hits a wall once he gets back to and here we go. Martin Truex Jr. making the pass here on Kyle Larson. Let's see what is going to end up happening there. We got, let's say, around about 30 laps on each of their tires here. Oh, here we go. Caution flag is out. What's the caution for? Let's see. Kyle Busch in 14th here. McDowell 17th. Please don't be them. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Alright, we're still waiting to see what this... Oh, yep, there's the caution, and Chase Elliott spins. Looks like a somewhat harmless spin there, but a spin nonetheless, and the caution flag is flying. Not sure who else might have been involved there, but there we go. We got ourselves a caution flag here. There we go. So McDowell up to 15th there. Kyle Busch up to 12th. Ernest, honestly, the caution flag could be good for Kyle Busch because it'll bunch everybody back together too wide so he can go ahead and pass more cars. No, it's not the best possible outcome we could have had, but I'm gonna say it's not a bad one, that's for sure. But, yeah, I mean, there was just... You just went and slid, and there was just nothing really anybody could really do. Oh, it was off the front bumper of Ross. Ross Chastain off the front bumper. It was like Wreck-It Ross back at it again. Alright, if I'm anybody in this field, we've got 60 laps to go, I'm topping off here for fuel. Literally everybody in the field. I don't really see any reason to not. Alright, let's see how the NASCAR fantasy game is going. In our fantasy league, running with Pack Fantasy League, I am still in 16th. Are you kidding me? Alright, here we go. Let's see. The person leading the fantasy league has all Fords in their lineup. Wow. Alright, there we go. Double checked all the fantasy league stuff, and we are ready for some. Not sure if Pit Road was on the thing. And here we go. Yep, looks like everybody's coming to pit road except for, looks like Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain staying out. So Bubba Wallace, assuming Wallace was a lap down, went at the time of caution, he'll get the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap here. And here we go. Let's see. Who else is staying out? See the 24 staying out. There goes Larson on the pit road. Oh, trying to mess with that. Alright, so we got pit stops occurring. You got 2 tires in a lot of places, a couple of fuel onlys here. And yeah, let's see. Coming off pit road, it is Truex, Hamlin, Briscoe, Cindric, Keselowski, Larson, Kyle Busch gaining 5 spots on pit road. Todd Gilliland losing 2. Gilliland and Larson both taking 2 additional tires. Alright, so we go to side-by-side commercial under the caution flag. Yay. But, yeah, it looks like Michael McDowell, though, going to lead this race to green. I have no idea how that's even possible, but we are going to accept it, but... Alright, here we go. Alright, starting to get later in this race, but, yeah, we got... Honestly, Chris Buescher's car does not look half bad considering what it's been through today. Alright, so yeah, right now we just got... They're hanging out with the fans in the stands, but we are just waiting out this one here. So again, it looks like McDowell is set to be the leader here. Ty Gilliland's gonna win while the field wrecks. I think you missed a key part there, Jermaine. Or Jeremy? Or however you pronounce your name. I apologize if I butchered it. But yeah. While the field wrecks behind him. He's gonna be leading the race before too long, but that would be very typical for a Gilliland family driver finish. I mean, Todd Gilliland off the back of David Gilliland's wins. Either that or he'll jump the restart and give the win to a teammate. Although that might be 2 on the nose for 2011. Even though I know this isn't the Daytona 500, it's still a drafting track, so... Yeah, BJ McLeod at one point was up in the mix. Not sure what happened to him, but he ended up out of the mix here. And let's see, is Joe Logano is still only 8 laps now, so he's stayed in it to try and prove that these races don't tear up a lot of people. here we go. And lights are off in the pace car, so they're choosing their lines here, and we are ready to go back to racing. Here we go. I'm curious to see what McDowell's strategy is here, considering he's got a lot of fuel to save before he can make it to the end. Alright, so Bubba Wallace got his free pass. He is back on the lead lap. There we go. So Kyle Busch will be restarting in P8. Yeah, Ty Gillen 9th here. But they are ironically starting on the back bumper of each other here. Alright, here we go. Green flag's out. We're back to racing at Atlanta. And Michael McDowell is back out in front of the field at Atlanta. I don't know. 29 laps on his... That would mean he would have to go, what, 30 more laps roughly? Or he would... Alright, so here we go. McDowell up to the front, but again, I'm trying to figure out this... I'm going to try and figure out the math here. So again... Oh, no, we got contact into the fence. That's the number 3 car of Austin Dillon here. Austin Dillon, teammate to Kyle Busch there, gets into the fence, and he is going to have potentially a tire cut down. We saw that happen earlier with another driver. Alright, so... Let's see, again, the fact that he pitted last at lap 160 or 176. Alright, here we go. Trying to piece this one together. Meanwhile, McDowell's out in front leading, which is going to make the numbers harder. Pull out the actual calculator here. That would be an 84 lap fuel save. Which... We saw 85 done last night in the Xfinity car. Again, we don't know that these cars are overly similar in terms of fuel save, but the fuel window estimates certainly say it's possible. So, let's see. What can McDowell end up doing? So here we go. 3 wide on the bottom. It goes Cindric, Denny Hamlin, and Chase Briscoe to the fence. So... Alright, and here we go. Truex trying to fight his way to that outside. Gonna see if he can get himself inserted into the race conversation. Same thing with Denny Hamlin here on the Briscoe on the outside. And 4 wide for the race lead. It is Cindric to the bottom of the racetrack. And now Kyle Busch to second. Kyle Busch to second. McDowell still middle of 4 wide here down the back straightaway. And wow, they barely... McDowell barely got out of middle of 4 wide here. Truex still trying to survive, and now down to 3 wide. 3 wide behind, 3 wide, 3 wide. Everybody's barely hanging on to that one, but Briscoe versus Kyle Busch is broken out for the lead, it looks like. Oh, no, for the second position, sorry. Alright, so far though, they're okay. Kyle Busch is up to second here, so Kyle Busch could potentially look for another Super Speedway win. A total of 4 drivers now officially out of the race. Christopher Bell, Zane Smith, Josh Williams, and Noah Gragson, the 4 official retirees from the race. You got Todd Gilliland up to 5th here. You got Michael McDowell a lot further back after he got spooked. He's 11th. But, yeah, right now the battle between Cindric and Kyle Busch, though, it's actually a pretty good one here for the race lead. But Briscoe in behind Kyle Busch here. As I say, Briscoe trying to push him clear. The last time we saw these two racing each other for the win, between Briscoe and Kyle Busch, it was in the NASCAR Xfinity Series at Darlington, and Chase Briscoe managed to get the better of Kyle Busch that day. But yeah, here we go. Alright, so right now though, Kyle Busch is doing everything he can to try and take this lead, and he's just... Oh, now Denny Hamlin's trying to go ahead and take the lead. Alright, so yeah, right now again, Kyle Busch, he's trying everything. Now he's got Denny Hamlin in front of him here. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, there we go. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch to the top of the racetrack. Hamlin to the outside of Cindric for the race lead. Can he get it? 45 laps to go. They are hanging on here. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Again, we're just making our way through this one. We got 44 laps to go. You got Hamlin and Kyle Busch up top. You got Briscoe and Elliott, not Briscoe and Elliott. Briscoe and Cindric down bottom. You got Todd Gilliland also down there. Alright, and here we go. Hamlin getting shoved up the track, but there's a big push, and yep, there we go. Hamlin clear out in front. Kyle Busch to second. And there we go. Kyle Busch can now start blocking both lanes behind race leader. Alright, let's see. And now Kyle Busch back to the bottom of the track as they go for NASCAR side by side. Alright, here we go. Take a look at what my buddy has said from Atlanta. But whoa! We got caution flag flies. I was not looking at the side by side because I was not expecting anything really to happen. But we've got caution is out. Kyle Larson is torn up. Hopefully no one had Larson in their lineups. Proceeds to check lineup. Because I think I did have Larson in mine. I did not. Yes! We're clear! No, I didn't have Larson in my lineup. Woohoo! Let's go. Now, who in the league did? Let's see. Warrior. I mean, we know Warrior was in a sticky situation because he wasn't able to bench. Logano before the end of the second stage, so he has Kyle Busch as his garage guy, who's currently the 4th best earner in the entire race. But Warrior is actually leading the league right now today. Yeah, Shadowhawk in second. He has Larson. So he has Kyle Larson in his lineup. My dad does not have Kyle Larson in his lineup, and he was And say he also didn't have Joey. He did have Brad Keselowski. Not sure what happened to Keselowski, but he's way back there. Not sure if he was involved in this one or not. DeBuick had both Kyle Larson and Joey Logano, and they left Kyle Busch in the garage. It's another bad one that'll lose some points. Dave Bird had both Larson and Byron. Let's see. What about my mom? My mom had Larson and Byron. Both not really earning a ton of points right now. But granted, Larson's actually not a terrible pick still because of the stage points. He finished second and fourth in the two stages. So even though he's having a bad finish to the race, he's actually still going to get some decent points earned. So there we go, and we now got NASCAR side-by-side under caution here. And they're doing an ad for Richmond Raceway, and we're back to full screen. Let's go. So the field wreck, that's going to promote Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin are going to fight it out on the as the lights are starting to get turned on here. Cars not involved in wrecks yet today. Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Briscoe, Todd Gilliland, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. The only drivers not involved in a wreck so far today. And that's pretty impressive for Berry because Berry's been right near a lot of it. So here we go. We're getting to see a replay. Let's see. Oh, and it looked like the 6 car just cut a tire. So yeah, definitely the something's wrong with the. So yeah, anyone who had Keselowski in their lineup is gonna hurt too. Proceeds to check lineup again. I had Keselowski, so that's gonna hurt my lineup. So Keselowski's gonna hurt my lineup. And my lineup was already pretty terrible as is, so. Alright, here we go. Watching on the Joy's in-car cam, and yep, it just stacks up right in front of him. Nothing he could really do, and yeah, the 7 car definitely got some damage there. Kyle Larson definitely took the brunt of the impact. Alright, here we go. So this caution flag comes at about the right time. I would expect to see a lot of the cars either stay out because they think they can make it on fuel from here, or come down pit road, top it off, maybe even get some tires, especially the ones who were further back in the pack, because they may have run something over when it comes to debris. And yeah, they're fixing up the 7 car. 7 car actually looks pretty decent, but here we go. So McDowell up to 14th. He's still not doing too well comparatively to all the cars that were involved in the other wrecks. Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, let's see. Oh, wow. 101 views on my Fantasy Friday video from this past week. Let's go. Gonna take a look, see if I'm close on any kind of records. I don't think so on viewership. Viewership's definitely down right now compared to what it was during the 500 weekend, and even during the playoffs last year. And they're showing a replay of some of these other collisions that we had. But yeah, right now we're just kind of chilling, waiting out this caution flag, because until they go on open pit road, there's nothing really to talk about it, except for just recapping the rest of the race that's happened. Because, yep, there goes Ross Chastain getting, bumping Elliott around, and then there's the current wreck that we're currently cleaning up from. And 3 cars involved there. You got the 5, the 7, and the, and, oh, yep, here we go. The last scoring loop before the crash occurred. Denny Hamlin was just nosed ahead of Kyle Busch, and now Denny Hamlin gets to choose his line. And, oh, Kyle Busch opts to start behind Denny Hamlin. That is interesting. Curious as to his thought process as to why he didn't start on the front row here. I mean, I would have started on the front row if I were him. Alright, here we go. 36 laps to go. Should be hard racing from here. But, yeah, they are definitely in a interesting spot here. Alright, here we go. Let's go ahead and share the, there's one place I didn't share the stream that I wanted to. Alright, what do we got? We got what? Oh, and we're green flag racing. Green flag's out. We're back to racing here. And right into a crank it up segment where they're going to be showing off the car's volume here. So, yeah, Hamlin and Busch definitely looks like the right choice to start on the inside behind Hamlin. He was able to push Hamlin, get himself and Hamlin clear. I just think if you maybe start on the outside lane, you might have been able to just go and do that, but for yourself, get yourself out in front here. As we got 35 laps to go. Gilliland up into the top 5, so Gilliland could still race up here and make a difference in the end result of this race. I'm still waiting to see if Stenhouse or McDowell are going to be able to get up in the mix, but right now I'm okay to see Kyle Busch up here. As if one of those two can't win it, I'm okay with Kyle winning it. Locks himself, it would lock him into the playoffs, even though I'm not worried about missing him. It would just make sure that there's nothing to worry about going to his home track at Vegas next week. And here we go. Let's see. So yeah, the battle here going around. I mean, there's Carson Hocevar pokes his car number up into the top 10. There we go. That's the name and number we haven't called yet today. So yeah, as the sun is setting in Atlanta, and yep, there we go. There's the move up the inside for Carson Hocevar. That's going to put him up into that top 10. Kyle Busch blocking Blaney right now. That's dangerous because a block could go very wrong here. Brad Keselowski now joins the list of drivers out of the race. And here we go. Let's see. Right now, Gilliland is fighting with Cindric for that top 5 spot here. Then you've got Bubba Wallace and Carson Hocevar fighting for 7th right behind those two. And here we go, 30 laps to go. Alright, got that all done, and we are ready to go. And now we got Kyle Busch versus Blaney for the front row. What happened to Hamlin? I looked down for 2 seconds, and Hamlin's not even in the picture? What happened to Hamlin there? But now we got Kyle Busch versus Blaney for the lead. Todd Gilliland up to battling for 3rd with Cindric here. Let's go. Denny Hamlin now middle of 3 wide here. Oh boy, that could be dangerous for him. Here we go. Let's see. Briscoe up into the top 3. Briscoe to 2nd. Briscoe versus Busch for the win here, potentially. Oh, Briscoe makes a very chancy block on Cindric there. I thought he was about to wreck and come back up into the field, take everybody out. But no, here we go. Now Briscoe, middle of 3 wide. He's got 2 Penske's, one on the inside, one on the outside. You got the 12 of Blaney and the 2 of Cindric, both coming very fast from behind. Kyle Busch goes down to block Austin Cindric, but he allows Ryan Blaney to the outside in the body armor car. Now the 2 Penske's have united on the top line here to try and go right around the outside on Kyle Busch. They knew with Briscoe they could take advantage and go to the inside and outside of him. But, Kyle Busch was not about to let the same move happen to him. So they decided to work together on the top line once Kyle Busch threw the block on Cindric. And there we go. Ryan Blaney out in front of Kyle Busch. Now Austin Cindric also goes out in front. And they might drag Bubba Wallace ahead too, but Bubba Wallace gets stalled out. He's side by side with Kyle for 3rd. And there we go. Now Briscoe able to make it 3 wide with Hamlin here. That's not going to be very good for Hamlin's speed, which means Kyle Busch now has virtually no push coming from behind him, as we got 25 laps to go here. Yeah, Kyle Busch versus the Fords. I mean, Bubba's a Toyota, Hamlin's a Toyota, so there's quite a few Toyotas in the mix too. I know we got one guy in the field who's rooting for Bubba and Hamlin in the chat, at least one. I know we got a couple of others with the, if you factor in some of the Thomas Cup guys, but here we go, let's see. But yeah, middle of 3 wide though for Hamlin. He's got Stenhouse behind him. He could go ahead and make this push. Yeah, there we go. Hamlin gets back out in front of the, gets back to the inside line here. But he's starting to think maybe the Stenhouse push wasn't so bad, and he's going to stay in that line. And he takes the push from Stenhouse to go underneath his manufacturer teammate there of Bubba Wallace, passing him here. And let's see. Here we go. Martin Truex Jr. pushing the 23 into the outside. He's going to try and get Briscoe to make a run here on the top. Let's see. Briscoe on the outside. You got Hamlin and Cindric beneath him. And Blaney versus Kyle Busch on the front row here. Going to try and make this battle as a here. Going 3 wide. We actually have a really good battle for the win here at the end of the day. Alright, so let's see. We got Austin Cindric sitting in 3rd. He's on the bottom line here. Kyle Busch going all the way to the top. Kyle's going to try and get some momentum. Maybe potentially some help from one of the Fords here, but no help. Nope. No push. Here we go. Here's the push that he was looking for from the 14. Let's see. Is it going to be enough? Kyle Busch to the outside. Can he get past Blaney? He is looking like he's going to get stalled out here, and he's got to try and keep that 14 on his back bumper, because that 14 was looking to his inside. And there we go, 4 wide. Kyle Busch on the outside of 4 wide. Briscoe wrecks behind him. Hamlin involved. Truex barely avoids it. Looks like Gilliland also narrowly scooting through. Massive damage for the 14 of Briscoe, who was racing so well at the front of the field. And that wreck is going to flip a lot of things around there. Todd Gilliland had to slow down so much to avoid damage. Denny Hamlin's car is destroyed. And we are under caution flag here with 20 laps to go. 20 laps remain. Your top 10 currently: Ryan Blaney, Busch, Cindric, Suarez, Bubba Wallace, Josh Berry, Stenhouse, Chastain, Hocevar number in the 9th spot, and then Michael McDowell sneaks his way back up into the top 10. Let's go, McDowell. So McDowell and Kyle Busch and Stenhouse all up in the top 10. Hey, you know what? I will absolutely take it. But, man, that is a beautiful sunset here in the Atlanta area, looking at the camera there. And there's Chase Briscoe out of the car. Glad to see him climb out under his own power. Because he did take a sizable hit there. It's always one that you always assume that, oh yeah, if it doesn't look absolutely horrifying, that they're probably okay, especially considering some of the horrifying looking wrecks that we've seen guys walk away from in recent years. But yeah, he took a real hard lick to the wall, so hopefully he is okay. And I didn't realize just how close McDowell came to getting in that thing at the very end here. Gonna just watch for McDowell in the back of the field here as they go 4 wide and the spin. And they're not going to show the rest of the wreck, are they? Let's see. It spins up the track. Collects the fence, comes down the track. And yeah, Michael McDowell has to make a swerve at the very last second to avoid the 14 there. Oh yeah, it's getting good. Yep. But yeah, we got a pretty good... And the votes are actually pretty even too. We got a... What? I think Other has a 1 vote lead over everybody else for the vote for who's going to win this, which seems weird because Todd Gilliland is the only driver I think left in the race for the other votes. But we got the red flag out here, and we are so the red flag has come out. We're going to try and preserve some laps while they clean up the field. They've gone and ordered all the cars to stop, go to a red flag, and we are going to go ahead and clean this thing up, as we have got ourselves a mess on the track. But we are actually making our way through this pretty well. It's been a pretty good day so far. And I say, again, we're actually doing pretty well on all metrics here. But yeah, so hopefully everybody's having a good time. If you guys are, of course, hit the like button and subscribe if you guys are new. We've been doing these streams for a little over a year now, and we have no plans of stopping anytime soon. Actually, you know what? Let's pull up next week's schedule. That seems to be a fitting way to handle this while we're doing this. So, view full schedule. Atlanta currently going on. So, Vegas will be 3:30 for the Cup race. Okay. What about trucks? Trucks are at 2 p. Oh, wait, no, that's Atlanta. I'm trying to see what the Vegas schedule is. So, here we go. 9 p.m. Friday night. All right. And let's see. What about the Xfinity race? I know the Xfinity race is going to be Saturday. 5 p.m. Saturday, let's go. So we got 3 days of racing next week. If you want to include the Thomas Cup Series race on the NASCAR Heat 5 video game, which we'll be streaming as well. That's 4 races in 4 days. We got that race at Dover. And then we go out to Vegas to cover the trucks at 9 p.m. on Friday. 5 p.m. for the Xfinity cars. I'll be home for all 3 races. Gotta love it. And here we go. We're back from commercial break, and just watching some other onboards here. But yeah, Hamlin just had no idea that was coming. And I don't even know if he knew that he was 4 wide there at that point. He had very little. The kind of view from the onboards of these cars is so hard to see much of anything, mainly because these drivers are so encapsulated, like on this in-car camera that you can see. So here we go. But yeah, they got so much padding to protect the drivers' heads during these wrecks that in some cases it ends up actually providing a bit of a blind spot for them to have to deal with on the racetrack. So there we go. But yeah, we are absolutely climbing our way towards that 2,600 number. Alright, here we go. So yeah, we're just sitting here under a red flag. Feel free again. This is probably an easy time if you guys have anything you want to talk about. Go ahead and suggest some topics. But we're just hanging out here, chilling, getting ready for the why red flag for a 2-car crash. And there was a lot more than 2 cars involved, and there was debris everywhere, and they're trying to preserve laps, especially considering some of the criticism towards not red flagging in some of the situations from last week. There were a couple of situations where they didn't red flag it, and we lost like 7 laps within 15 to go. So we hit 15 to go, we get a crash, and then we lose 7 laps of racing due to cleaning up the crash. That's a big reason why they are red flagging it. Is 1, because it's a recent issue that they've had, and 2, they're trying to give the fans as much racing as possible here at the end. Because only a 2-car crash, but debris going everywhere definitely is going to make it worse. So, that's the long and short of it is, yeah. There we go. Alright, so yeah, we're just hanging out here, though. They're interviewing a bunch of different guys. They got Ryan Blaney's crew chief out there talking right now. Again, so kylebusch is going to come up 4th when all is said and done with the timing lines and everything. So Blaney, Cindric, Suarez, the top 3. kylebusch hanging on to 4th here. And yeah, it's just this is a real big mess all over the track here. McDowell is 11th technically at the scoring loop. Gilliland 14th at the scoring loop. So we got a decent chunk of people though. As I say, there's still a decent chunk of drivers still in the race here. Alright, here we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and head back to the race, and let's see how many cars we got on the lead lap. 24, with Justin Haley being the last one on the lead lap. William Byron 1 lap down. He may be the free pass. I don't know if Haley was already the free pass this caution or not. Hard to tell sometimes. If not, William Byron should be in position for the free pass the next caution flag that comes out, assuming that there is one more. Then you got Briscoe. Briscoe's 2 laps down, but he's definitely out the race. We already saw him climb from the car. Eric Jones is 4 laps down. That's not helping my fantasy day. Put my confidence in him, and he burned me. Granted, I shouldn't have. I don't think I should have had my confidence in him the way I did, but I went and put him in the top 10 on my power rankings. I felt like that was justification to go and put him up in the thing. Why is the red flag out? The red flag is out to try and preserve laps under the caution, or to preserve us not seeing, let's just say, for example, 7 to 9 laps out of the final 20. We don't want to lose half the remainder of the race. That's why the red flag is out. And especially considering they had a situation within the last week in one of the other races. I believe it's a truck race, where there was a crash with like 15 laps to go, and we lost about 7 of them due to a single crash. So they're trying to make sure that the fans get to see as much green flag racing as possible, and the longer that the red flag stays out, I would say the more likely it is that that I think that the call was justified to put it out, because if they were pacing around here the whole time, it would make it kind of tough. We would certainly not have nearly 20 laps to go when we go green. I believe likely they will end up going back green flag racing with about, if I had to guess, we would go back racing somewhere around 15 to go. So we're going to lose about 4 laps, I think, to the caution, just because that's how long caution flags take, but the fact that we're not currently wasting laps under yellow right now while they're cleaning up, I think is actually a very good thing. Not to mention it gives them time to properly clean the track, so we don't have another caution for a cut tire, due to somebody running over debris. Because I believe that's what happened in the Cup race. I think in either was that the Cup race where there was a big wreck early on lap like 6. And then there were like 2 or 3 guys who ran. No, because the 500 had a long green flag run. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Was that the Xfinity race later in the night that had the multiple cars running over debris? Might have been. But either way, there was a race last weekend where we had an early crash. They fixed it under the yellow flag. Didn't take too outrageously long, especially for early in the race. But then we had 2 cautions the very next 2 restarts for guys running over the debris and cutting tires. So that's another situation in which this situation would be a wanting to avoid it. But we were just hanging out in here and we're having a decent day here. Let's see, 7 people still hanging out in chat. Thank you guys for everybody that's hanging out. Decided to hang out and enjoy the rest of this race with us. Again, currently under the red flag. It's not for weather. Don't worry. We just had a crash, and we're going to be going back yellow flag racing. Yellow flag will be back out here any moment. Yep, there we go. Yellow flag has been displayed. So the yellow flag has been displayed here. They're going to pace. Again, I'm expecting we might lose about 4 laps under this caution flag. But, yep, so now they're talking with Jamie McMurray and whoever the host of the Hollywood Hotel or whatever is. So they're going to go back through the lap 2 multi-car wreck. Going to go through all the cautions, it looks like. So we got a moment, but definitely a fun time here. So William Byron is officially the free pass. So William Byron will be back on the lead lap to start the when the race restarts. William Byron will be on the lead lap. So again, William Byron or Michael McDowell for the race win. We've seen the pole sitter win it twice, and we've seen William Byron win this race twice. So there we go. They're showing Logano now wrecking out. Alright, so there we go. Chastain spins out Elliott. Alright, so yeah, we're going to be getting back to racing here soon, guys. Don't worry. And here we go. Alright, let's see. In fact, you know what? Let's check out the weather in Vegas for next week. Just so that in case we end up in a situation where we need it. Yeah, hopefully we won't need the information on so we don't need Daytona weather anymore. As I say, the weather in Atlanta is what it is. We can see the weather, but here we go. Let's see. Las Vegas. Motor. Okay, I don't have Vegas Motor Speedway, so we're just going to look up Las Vegas. Make sure you get the right Vegas if you guys are looking up weather for Vegas. Don't get Las Vegas, New Mexico in here. I've heard a little too much about Las Vegas, New Mexico today. So, forecast looks to be maybe a little windy, but that's about it. Some cloud cover, which should leave for some good track conditions for race day. But yeah, ultimately just some fun racing out in the desert. No rain in the forecast. Let's go. And we got 12 people hanging out in here now as we get ready to go back racing. Here we go. So now they're showing the replay of the big wreck that occurred last week that ended the hopes of a lot of the drivers. Where Chastain starts just blocking super aggressively here. He goes down to block Logano. Then he goes, and he he didn't make that block. Okay, yeah, so that was just, it was the push gone bad for Bowman. But, yeah, showing the in-car camera for Chastain. Yeah, there we go. Puts a big block on what's his name, on Keselowski there. And then follows the block down, tries to follow it, and then the push gone wrong behind him. So, realistically, Chastain didn't cause it, but he was stacking up the field like crazy, which is roughly what led to the run over caution there from the 500 a week ago. And he's up into 9th place here. He's going to be racing for another race win here. And McDowell lost another spot to Chase Elliott here under the caution. Not sure what happened, but it's not a big deal, hopefully. And here we go. Let's see. The two Penske cars both take the inside lane. Suarez and Kyle Busch go to the outside lane to counter. And let's see how this is going to go. So the red flag has been lifted. They're doubling up and we will be going green this time by. Green flag will be out this time by. It's going to be an exciting race. We got 16 laps to go. We're going to be going with 15 to go. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. I said lap 15 or 15 to go is when we'll be going back racing. Spot on. So here we go. Kyle Busch will be in the outside lane here, and let's see. Okay, they're listening into Stenhouse's radio here. Now I got some Todd Gilliland radio going. Let's see, where's Gilliland? He's 18th here. So cars involved in wrecks since the reconfiguration. 16, 17, 26, and 27, and then today so far, 32 of the 37 starters have been involved in cautions. Yeah, that's a lot. And here we go, fully under the lights. Pace car dives for cover, and the field is in the hands of Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez. And the green flag is out. Green. Green flag's out. And we're back to racing here at Atlanta. I got my tracks mixed up. Well, we're back to racing at AtlantaMotorSpeedway here. And here we go. The two Penske cars working together on that inside line. Driving out here in front. They got some help as well from Martin Truex Jr. in the Toyota, giving a nice big push. Massive push there from the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. You got Stenhouse in behind there as well. Potentially a spoiler winner who might be able to go ahead and make some big moves. You got Bubba Wallace trying to push the two Chevys up top. Not necessarily team-affiliated Chevys, but they're affiliated by the fact that they are Chevys. And here we go, off of turn number 2 here, down the back straightaway. Kyle Busch pushing all the way on the back, and looked like Ryan Blaney looked like he was trying to make a block there. But, yeah. And here we go, coming across the line. 13 laps to go. They've got 13 more laps, and we got a lap car. They're going to have to try and lap this car up here cleanly. And here we go. Suarez is on the outside of Blaney. And there we go. That's Denny Hamlin that they're lapping right now, and that goes somewhat smoothly here. And there we go. Yep, Suarez is to the outside of Ryan Blaney here. Defending Cup champion Ryan Blaney looking for his first win of the season. Meanwhile, you've got Daniel Suarez and Kyle Busch on the outside trying to shove it. And, oh, there goes Cindric. Middle of 3 wide, and Cindric is going right to the back, it looks like. Oh, no! The 4 of Josh Berry spins into the other rookie on the inside line. That was Carson Hocevar, both involved in this caution here. And we've got a yellow flag out, 10th yellow of the day for this crash, and we've got another crash here. Chase Elliott involved. Not sure about who all else is involved at this point. We'll have to wait for timing and scoring to figure this all out. Looks like McDowell up into the top 10, Stenhouse into the top 10, and yeah, just a mess behind. McDowell, I gotta see, did he get a piece of that? Because he was right there. All right, here we go. Replay, good angle. And I will say, I love the being able to flash the colors on the car to focus on, rather than having to MS paint the circles around what to watch here. So yeah, Bubba Wallace ends up, as I say, not really sure what ended up happening there, but yeah, McDowell skirts through just barely as the 4 of Josh Berry spins behind, and yep, another crash. So, there we go. And that was a big hit to Hocevar. Hopefully he is okay. I think he should be, but man, that was a big hit to Hocevar. So, I think that's the 3 cars involved in that one. So, Elliott, Josh Berry, I know, was one of our few cars who wasn't involved in a caution yet tonight, so yeah, I'm not really sure what it was that the 23 potentially did. Let's say, because the 23 definitely went down the track to try and squeeze Cindric tight. Cindric was definitely saved by the fact that there was a crash behind him, so nobody was really attempting to try and continue that to run right up behind him. Gave him all the time in the world to just kind of pace himself. But, yeah, Carson Hocevar got a decent chunk of airtime there on that Papa Wheelie that he pulled after getting hit by the 4. So, again, hopefully he's okay. We got 10 laps to go here. I would not be shocked to see them potentially red flag this, especially if the 4 car trying to limp it back to pit road leaves a trail of debris. Which it does look like there's a bit of debris there. And, yeah, why even try and get it back to pit road at that point? I mean, that car is destroyed, and I don't know if there's much that Barry's going to be able to do when they're going to commercial break. So, commercial break, and yeah. So, Suarez, Blaney, Kyle Busch, Truex, and Cindric is your top 5. The fact that McDowell and even Kaz Grala sneaking into the top 10 here late. Let's go. Alright, so yeah, we're just hanging out here. We got 10 laps to go and 10 people hanging out in chat. Let's go. We had a nice, decent chunk of viewership again. Thank you guys for those came in. If you guys just showed up, if you guys have been here most of the afternoon, if you guys have been here since lap 1, major credit to you. But yeah, we were just hanging out. And yeah, just kind of waiting to see what's going to end up happening here. But, yeah, it looks like we have everything pretty much under control at that point, and, yeah, we are all set and ready to go. So, definitely seems like the answer is going to be other for who wins this race, because I don't know where is Gilliland at? Todd Gilliland is he lapped down now? Let's see, trying to figure out even what color number he would be on this thing. Okay, I know I must be looking at, oh no, he's 4 laps down, so Todd Gilliland got collected in that he is out of the race, so the answer will be other. So I'm just gonna go ahead and end this poll, and we will start up a new one here. So, here we go. Because I can only have one active poll at a time, so... Alright, and there we go. Nice, easy poll. Just 2 options, yes and no. Do you guys think this race is going to overtime? Figure that'll be a nice, easy one to go ahead and put up there. We got 8 laps to go. And again, if we reach the scheduled distance under the yellow flag, we will re-rack them and do a green-white checker. As long as the caution if the caution comes out before the 1 lap, before the white flag has come out. And the 4 car is still trying to crab walk his way back. Come on, yeah, there we go. He's entering pit road now, and he should be all good. But man, the 4 car is definitely destroyed there. So I figured that'll be a nice, easy poll to go ahead and throw up there. We got 50-50 votes. Looks like we think there's a good chance this race might or might not. All right, I'm rooting for the outside lane entirely here. Oh, whoa, looks like we got the lights coming back on the pace car, so we're going to be going for at least one more full-time round. So here we go. Yeah, lights are back on the pace car, so we're going to be waiting for at least one more time around as we do the choose cone. So it'll be, looks like it'll be 5 laps to go when we go green. 5 laps to go when we go green. We'll have essentially 4 laps to find a crash. If not, the race will end under the scheduled distance, which hopefully, we're kind of hoping for no overtime here. At least I am. I don't know what you guys are hoping for. It looks like we think it's probably going to go to overtime, but we'll have to wait and see here. But yeah, everybody's swerving to try and both clean up the tires and try and get their tires cleaned. And yeah, Toyota has not won a drafting track since 2022. So in the last 2 years, Toyotas haven't been able to win Talladega, Daytona, or Atlanta. 6 attempts at it. Hey, Patrick, how's it going? No worries. We've been just chilling here, having a pretty good race. Kyle Busch up into the top 3. Your number 38 car led for a while there in stage 2. Your good old 38 car led in stage number 2. McDowell ended up winning stage number 1, so he got some good stage points there. And now we got Kyle Busch on the inside line. Stenhouse on the outside line, McDowell on the inside line. Oh, come on, Stenhouse. You couldn't have gone to the inside line and made this a very easy choice for me to root for the inside line to win the battle. Now I got to decide if I want Kyle Busch and... No, I want Kyle Busch and McDowell to succeed. Stenhouse, I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for the inside line to prevail here. We got lights off on the pace car. We're ready to go racing. So it'll be 5 laps to go when we drop the green. And I say, whether or not we go to overtime, that is a complete unknown right now. Again, seems like the consensus of the people in the chat is that we think it's probably going to overtime, but we haven't ruled it out completely that it could still be a green flag run to the checker. 5-lap green flag run. Again, Kyle Busch starting inside second row. And I say we got Blaney and Suarez on the front row. Truex will be on the outside of Kyle Busch in row 2. Bubba Wallace and Cindric make up row number 3. Ross Chastain and Stenhouse make up row number 4. Row 5 will be Michael McDowell and Kaz Grala. And there... Oh, wait, no, sorry. Kaz Grala chose behind McDowell, so I believe that's Buescher on the outside of McDowell here. As the pace car drives off, and we are green, green, green. Green flag's out. We're back to racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway here with 5 laps to go. And here we go. And say Kyle Busch pushing the number 99 out in front. The 99 now attempting to make the block up on the 12 car. Ryan Blaney around the outside. He's going to try and make it work. You got Martin Truex Jr. in there, one of the last hopes for Toyota here in this race. And right now, again, Kyle Busch is just kind of boxed in. He's got nowhere to go except for right into the back bumper of the 99 and trying to push him. Blaney down to block here. Blaney making the moves. You got Martin Truex Jr. and Cindric up high trying to find some momentum up top. If they can find that momentum, draw the 12's attention here. That inside line is very strong, and nope, there we go. Ryan Blaney smartly knew to move down the track. Oh, here we go. Big move up the track. I think Martin Truex Jr. might have just gotten in the fence here as we come to 3 laps to go. 3 more times around here. Daniel Suarez swerves up to the top of the track. Kyle Busch to the bottom. Kyle Busch to second. So it's Kyle Busch and Daniel Suarez side by side for second here. Contact between Chastain and Bubba. Now Bubba's getting pushed by Michael McDowell in the middle of 3 wide here. And let's see what's going to happen. Suarez to the top, to the very top of the racetrack. And now down in behind Ryan Blaney. 2 laps to go. 2 more times around. 1 lap left, and we will see if we have overtime or not. It's not looking likely. I think we're going to end this race on this run here. And here we go. Down the back straightaway. Looking for the caution lights here. And let's see. Kyle Busch to the back bumper of Ryan Blaney. Not sure he's going to have the momentum here. Up the track, and it is going to be white flag this time by 1 lap to go at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Ryan Blaney leads the race, and we will not go to overtime. If a yellow comes out, that will end the race. Right now, Ryan Blaney leads. You've got Kyle Busch fighting against Daniel Suarez here for second as they rocket down the back straightaway here. Big push for Bubba. Pushes Kyle Busch to the middle of 3 wide for the lead. 3 wide. Kyle Busch, that's Daniel Suarez on the outside. 3 wide off the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered flag, and it's going to be Suarez. Suarez wins it by a hair. 3 wide for the win. Let's go. Man, I'm bummed that Kyle Busch didn't win that, but man, that was exciting. Suarez, Blaney, Kyle Busch across the line, 3 wide. I don't know if you can get this much closer. Here we go. Let's see. Moment of victory at the line. And it's going to be... I don't know. I think it's Suarez. It's hard to tell. The one thing that's sure, definitely not Kyle Busch. And they're saying Suarez. Daniel Suarez gets the win and will lock himself into the playoffs. He missed it last year. He wasn't missing it this year. 2nd career win for the Monterrey, Mexico driver. And let's go. Number 99 winning the race. That was a feel-good story. My favorite driver, Carl Edwards, drove the 99 for a while. Got replaced by Suarez. Now Suarez driving that number 99 here for Trackhouse Racing. And celebrating with the teammate on the front straightaway. And there we go. Burning it down on the front straightaway for Daniel Suarez. And... man, that finish could not have been closer. Let's go. Talk about a way to end the night here. And let's see it again. Down the back straightaway, Bubba gave the push that got Kyle Busch to the middle of 3 wide. And here we go. The battle, the drag race from there to the checkered. Kyle Busch takes the lead in the middle. Ping-pongs a little bit. Loses out. The 2 drivers both separate away from him to avoid the side draft. And only just does Daniel Suarez come across the line. What a finish. Yes, that is right. There we go, Jamie. Yeah, that was a good race, Ernest. And it's like, nothing too crazy until the end, but that's the finish that we came and stayed for. Daniel Suarez winning the race. Unofficial results, because they will have to go back and look at everything, and they go through tech inspection, but definitely a very... popular win there for... oh, and the flagman allowed a young fan there to hand the flag through to the driver of the number 99. Daniel Suarez gets away with that win. Oh, man. Wow, I'm hyped. Let's go. Alright, so if you guys... yeah, that's how you finish a crazy race like today's. Yep. So if you guys just stayed for the actual race reaction, go ahead and I thank you guys for everybody that showed up. We're going to go through the full standings, and then we'll talk a little bit more probably before the end of this one. But if you guys, again, just came for the immediate race reaction, yeah, that race was crazy, but ultimately it came down to the driver of the 99 winning this thing, so... I'm going to go ahead and run down through the finishing order. So, first off, let's take a look at that margin of victory, or the unofficial margin of victory here. So, Daniel Suarez wins the race by .003 over Ryan Blaney for second. Then Kyle Busch only .007. All 3 of them within a hundredth of a second. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I forgot. Suarez has his celebration. And he goes and smashes the taco pinata in victory. Similar to his teammate, Ross Chastain smashing watermelons. Fitting that the guy from Mexico will smash a taco-shaped pinata in victory. But, yeah, so the top 3 separated by literally less than a 100th of a second between them. Austin Cindric coming home fourth, .077 behind. Still not even a full 10th behind the front 3. Then you had Bubba Wallace rounding out your top 5. Stenhouse coming home 6th, 7th for Ross Chastain, 8th for Michael McDowell after sitting on his first career pole. That was a very good race for McDowell. Good points day to make up, hopefully, for the points lost at Daytona last week, as he had some kind of electrical issue. Looking forward to seeing how Michael McDowell can do next week when they go to when they head there, and they're talking to kylebusch right now. I want to see what he's saying here. So, yep, there we go. Talking about how the third car there. But, yeah, kylebusch just talking about how you just need to be in the right spot. I think, honestly, great interview there for kylebusch, and definitely mellowed out compared to where he's been in the past. But hey, you know what? That was a great finish, and I think to use a kylebusch quote from a couple years ago, if you didn't like that racing, you don't like racing. But yeah, so Chris Buescher coming home 9th, and Ty Gibbs was rounding out your top 10. Now let's scroll down a little bit further here. Harrison Burton 11th, 12th Martin Truex Jr. Yeah, 13th is Corey LaJoie. 14th, Kaz Grala, and rounding out your top 15 is Chase Elliott, who was involved in that caution with Ross Chastain late in the race. Ryan Preece coming home 16th. William Byron 17th after that free pass to get him on the lead lap. Daniel Hemrick comes home 18th. Carson Hocevar after that late race contact still comes home on the lead lap? How on earth did he pull that off? 1 second. What? Carson Hocevar literally did a pop a wheelie after the contact with the 4 car in the final wreck of the night, and he finishes on the lead lap, and Justin Haley comes home 20th. 21st for John Hunter Nemechek, 22nd Austin Dillon, and that rounds out your lead lap cars. Denny Hamlin, first car 1 lap down, 23rd. 24th for BJ McLeod, 3 laps behind the race. Eric Jones finishes 4 laps down. Todd Gilliland finishes 4 laps down. Then you got Alex Bowman 5 laps down in 27th. 28th for Joey Logano, 8 laps down. Josh Berry comes home 10 laps down in 29th place. And rounding out your top 30 is Tyler Reddick, who finishes the race 17 laps behind the leaders. Then you've got Chase Briscoe coming home 31st, 21 laps behind the race. Kyle Larson 32nd, 38 laps behind the race. Brad Keselowski 42 laps behind the race in 33rd position. Christopher Bell comes home 34th, and rounding out your top 35 is Zane Smith, 185 laps behind the race. And then Noah Gragson and Josh Williams, 36th and 37th spot respectively. Both of them out very early in the race. So, yes, that ending LTX, that was that was an amazing finish. Okay, good finish is what you meant to say. Yeah, I mean, hey, honestly, it was a good race. I would not say that was a bad race, and I'm sure there are some that would say that. Ending redeemed the race. Honestly, it was a solid race. I would say, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it was probably a solid 6 or 7 for me. But the finish is definitely going to kick it up to an 8 or a 9. So, it's definitely, the finish definitely boosts the race. And, I mean, I think that's the case for any race with a decent finish. But, yeah, so that's your full finishing order here from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Again, we will be here for a triple header weekend next weekend in Vegas. So again, Truck Series will be Friday night. Saturday will be the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the Cup race will be 3:30 afternoon. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys have enjoyed this live stream, hit the like button and subscribe if you guys are new. Again, we got a lot of streaming ahead of us. I got a race recap to go ahead and record, but hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys did, again, I will see you guys in the next video, live stream, whatever you guys had to do with the rest of your day. Have a great day, everybody, and goodbye!